yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Monday, the 16th of February, halfway through the second month of the year. And 26 is just rolling by, ladies and gentlemen. But we're having fun every day of the week as we stream the year away. So I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Like, let's be honest, those 2 days of the year, oh, not the year, those 2 days of the week that you get to escape the clutches of capital, I hope you did something constructive. And by constructive, I mean whatever the fuck you wanted to do. And so if that includes sleeping all weekend and doing bugger all, then I hope you enjoyed your bugger allness. Oh yeah, 3-day weekend here, baby. No way. What's the celebration? What's the cause for celebration? What is that third day that working people probably fought hard to get or retain somehow? I would like to know more. Jag, good to have you. Dilemmas, what up, what up? Give it up for an extra 30 billion for the Osborne sub-facility in SA. Celebrating our imperial leaders. Oh, President's Day. Yeah, right. And what does one do on a President's Day? Do you like light candles and stuff and like offer small sacrifices like fruit and like, you know, do some chimes, sing some hymns, all that sort of stuff for presidents that have come past. Soon to be King's Day, can we just add? That'll be fun. But I wonder what the tradition is there. Woozle, I escaped the clutches of capital so hard, I only type in lowercase now. That's pretty good. I like what you did there. Also, happy morning, folks. Folks, as you usually say. But I will dismiss that minor indiscretion there. It's good to have you, Woozle. I hope you had a good time away from the clutches of capital. So yeah, today we're going to be, just doing what we usually do, I guess. Going to go over some world events. We're going to analyze what is going around the place. There's been some interesting things that have happened over the last couple of days since we last met, when we were right down a right-wing pipeline online that led us to basically NSHen headquarters. We were hanging out with Australia's neo-Nazi organization, and kind of how they recruit and do powerlifting and make strange videos and stuff like that. So we went down quite the right-wing pipeline on Friday. It was very interesting times. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you did as well. Hope you were free from the clutches of capital. And did whatever the hell it is that you want to do. So yeah, we are, like I said, we're going to be looking at some world events. We're going to look at AUKUS, as Dilemma has already alluded to. We're going to have a look at the Munich Security Conference that's happened, I think, over the weekend as well, where world leaders from, I guess, the North Atlantic get together and talk about all things security. And then we're going to just look at some miscellaneous other things, like stuff from North Korea. I'm going to get into a bit of North Korea stuff. There's been some murmuring in the mainstream media about who's going to take over after Kim Jong-un kicks the bucket. Not that that's going to happen anytime soon, but I think it's his daughter who's going to take the reins in that family dynasty. So we're going to have a look at some North Korean stuff too, and just see where the wind may take us on today's stream. This one's for Indoctrinathan. I downloaded I legally obtained Escape from New York and found out who this Snake Plissken guy is. And wasn't that an incredible movie? That was very, very strange. Kind of cyberpunk 80s dystopian stuff. But I'm down with Kurt Russell now and what he does in New York. I haven't done Escape from LA. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, it's just there on the Discord screen there. Do yourself a favor. If you want to check out what they thought dystopia was in the 80s, go check out Escape from New York. Yeah, very interesting. Like really, really lame, horrible storyline. But like it's just got that aesthetic to it, that 80s vibe. And this is like the days before CGI and like movies that are just completely special effects. And it's authentic as fuck. It was pretty good. Not gonna lie. Munich Security Council, aka the Military Industrial Complex Convention. Could you imagine if they just called it that? They're just like, and welcome to this year's Military Industrial Complex Convention. Well, world leaders, sponsored by the greatest military lobby groups possible, come together and talk shop on and policy for the plebs. Well, really, they just spend all of your taxpayer money on raining death upon you. It'll be so hot. So hot. Not Kim. He'll be missed when his time comes. Yeah, I guess depends on who you're speaking to. But yes, he would. Jordan, morning chaps and chapettes. How you going? Dilemma, his daughter, his daughter definitely looks like she's done some hostel type activities. Well, we'll find out. The more things change, the more they stay the same. There it is. There's insight of the morning right there. All right, let's jump on over then, shall we? We won't waste any time because we've got a full day of activities planned ahead, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into it. And yeah, I really want to find out what the fuss is. I know you have alluded to this already, dilemmas, but what's going on with this new $30 billion injection into AUKUS? Like, I thought the nuclear sub deal itself was only like, a few $1 billion that we were contributing, and now we're going to inject $30 billion into AUKUS. Talk about, beating a dead horse. Like, what the hell's going on there? What topics are we talking about today? Today we're going to be looking at AUKUS. Apparently there's some new developments with AUKUS. If you're not sure what AUKUS is, I don't even know what AUKUS is. I don't think anyone does. It's some type of trilateral security arrangement between, so it's AUKUS, so A for Australia, UK for United Kingdom, and then US, United States. It's trilateral security arrangement. Basically, yeah, we're doing security together, the three of us, like we're not already in heaps of other security groups together anyway. And I think it's more of a pretense just to steal military contracts off other countries. We were getting some nuclear subs made by the French at one point, and then 5 years ago, we backstabbed the French and went with the Americans and the Brits and get them to make our subs for us or something like that. So that's what we're talking. That's what AUKUS is. We're gonna look at AUKUS. We're gonna look at the Munich Security Conference, other world affairs, bit of North Korea, and we're gonna look at the Palestine Action Group, that was labeled a terrorist organization, and the Supreme Court in the UK have overturned that decision. We're gonna have a look at that. That was controversial last week. So it's funny that just as we talked about this last week, it's come up now after people have been protesting hard about this for a long time. The courts have overturned that decision. So it'd be interesting to see if we have all parties in there for that. It'd be very, very interesting. Hopefully when King goes, the next leader will continue the tradition of plebs eating grass. Gamma Cheese Wing. Hey, what's up, guys? No way. Look at you in a stream. It's good to have you, Gamma Cheese Wing. Hope you are well. Must be some kind of state election coming up. Right. I see what you did there. Hey, AUKUS is a range according to size. Becomes you sucker. That's pretty good. Maybe we should refer to it as that from now on. AUKUS, Return of the Anglosphere. That's so good. Yeah, you sucker. Return of the Anglosphere. Between Osborne and the government leasing the CBD land for $1 a year to private developers to build our first skyscraper. Labor is really helping with the cost of living. Man Bun Mondays, must-see viewing, second only to lefties lose it. Hey, there we go. Someone's been speaking to the production team at Sky News Australia. It's good to have you. Man Bun Mondays. Could you imagine if they started doing that segment? Fuck. They'd have too much material. Almost, second only to Lefties losing it. I'd have to get back and watch some of that. It's some good viewing. Let's be honest. So, let's have a taste of AUKUS, shall we, and see what all the fuss is about. Dilemmas has got it down. He reckons it's just because there's an SA election coming up, and so they're pumping money into SA. Let's have a look. Sees.
Hello and welcome. It's great to be with you. High on the challenges that Australia faces is the need to keep government spending under control. At the same time, we're committed to spending on the AUKUS nuclear submarine program.
That contradiction came into focus today in northern Adelaide as the Prime Minister announced details of the next phase of a $30 billion construction program for submarines that may not see active service for at least 2 decades.
2 decades. 2 decades. What's going on there?
It may not be completely irrelevant.
How's the music? Like, just remember when you're manufacturing consent or you're painting a picture, you're telling a story, let's say. It's all narratives, isn't it? Like, the music and the sound design gives it all away. And this sounds like some pretty clown, bumbling style music. It's just like, do they really know what's going on? Hey, what's this whole AUKUS thing is about? Like, honestly, I wouldn't, I don't think the Australian people are particularly sold by AUKUS. So if they wanted to scratch it, I'm sure we'd be happy with it. Mystery, you heard about the Navalny case in, yes, Navalny, I can't say his name probably, but yes, I have heard of that. Actually, I've got some links to that, so we're going to cover that later. But yeah, what was it? Poison frog. Frog poison used to take this guy out. It sounds like some old school spy stuff that does. The amount of cash federal labor all of a sudden are flooding into SA is crazy. Violent Queen in the house. So 20 years after the USA loses, it's 2027. It sounds legit. Yeah. Fire Out Fridays was super good. Maybe we can also do Trust Fund Tuesdays. That's not bad. But what we do in Trust Fund Tuesdays, just analyze the analyze all the super rich out there, for all the trust fund babies out there. We'll just do an extensive expose into Gina Reinhardt. Mystery, remember, 10 News is woke. Yeah, it is. And it's clown woke. Listen to that music.
It may not be completely irrelevant that South Australia's Labor government is just weeks from an election.
I'm absolutely delighted to be back here in South Australia.
Today, a shining progress report on the huge sheds that will produce our own nuclear-powered submarines sometime in the 2040s.
We'll see almost 10,000 jobs created.
It is mind-boggling, says the Premier.
For generations of future South Australians, their economic security, their living standards is assured.
For a state still mourning the loss of the
That's the guy, right?
Standards is
Dilemmas. This is the guy, the Premier that all the SA mums love.
of future South Australians, their economic security.
How do you say his name properly? Malin. His name's got AUKUS in it. Oh my god. Malin or Cass? I'm going to go with that. Malin AUKUS. Let's go with that one. I wonder what nationality that is. Is that Greek or something? Trust Breaker Tuesday. Brainstorm ways to force breakups on death. It's Thirst Trap Thursday. Jordan thirsty. Plus, when they were first making those subs, they were making them for 2.5 to 3 billion, and they were paying 30 billion for one. Hey, I don't know what's going on there. Where'd the $30 billion price tag come from? I'm a bit unsure of how all of this kind of breaks down. Did he play football as a teen? Boxing, perhaps? Milanukas, I want to say, is super popular right now. He's Hungarian. Yeah, right. Interesting. Could have like 1,000 long life submersible drones for like $30 billion. Yeah, well, That's not the point of the military-industrial complex. It's supposed to just churn out extra capital for a very particular set of the industrial capitalist class. And God, are they churning out that capital at your expense?
Their living standards is assured.
For a state still mourning the loss of the Holden car factory, grieve no longer.
There were
Grieve
1,200
no
people
longer.
working at Holden when it closed. 4,000 will be required to construct this facility, and it will be home to 5,500 every single day after it is open.
1,000 apprentices graduating every year.
Hey, hello, internet friends. Laugh Jeff in the house. How you going? It's good to have you. It's good to have you. We're learning about South Australia, that enigma of a place, that strange place down the southern part of Australia. Hey, they have people down there. We're learning about them, and they're getting a lot of jobs and $30 billion worth of injection as well. Hey. He looks good on camera. Just don't ask him about the algae bloom. LOL. Okay. Don't say it.
Years,
Mum's
says the
the
Prime
word.
Minister, for jobs that will never end.
There are people here, the young women who we met, one of whom was 20. She has a job here for life.
This infrastructure alone, $30 billion before a single widget on the submarine is built, is something that will set our economy up well and truly for the next decade and beyond.
Hang on, let's get that again.
$30 billion before a single widget on the submarine is built.
A nuclear submarine project wherein building the bit that will build the sub, we're down $30 billion without a single widget of submarine to show for it.
That boggles the mind.
This announcement coming in a financial year where we're already carrying a budget deficit of nearly $40 billion.
It is affordable. That's why we're providing tough decisions in our budget, but we're also making sure that Australia can defend ourselves.
One man.
Wow. What a stitch up that was. Hey, the editing crazy and the clown music as well. Very interesting. So much for the woke 10 news. Hey, so much for the woke 10 news. Dilemmas, the right-wing whisperer on the front lines. He looks good on camera. Don't ask about the algae bloom. He worked out his little niche. Can I draw everyone's attention to Steve Miles on the Queensland opposition leader? He's going to the gym, looking good. Their Labor leaders are getting match fit and ready. I'm not a fan of the army, but a pile of my family did serve back in the day, and all of them will tell a single copy of a platform is pointless. It's a gimmick. You need depth of reserve numbers was few enough of Collins classes, and we had a dozen. Yo, what's up? 4AS in the house. Give up your AUKUS disaster. Look, I'm actually not sure what the hell is going on here. So it's like the big drama that they've built a facility for $30 billion, or they're building a facility and they're pumping $30 billion into the South Australian economy to build this infrastructure that's going to make subs. And they're just like, and excuse me, hold the phone. Did you hear that? They're not even going to make a single sub with that. Dun, dun, dun. Like, that's it. That's what we're talking about here. I'm tired of elbow sleazy. Time for some Pauline. Yeah, well, the Australian people are gunning for it. It's happening, Jag. Jobs grow on jobbies in SA. What's the reference there? I feel like I'm missing out on a joke here. Right wing is like army stuff. Throw some cash at that. It'll look good on TV. Ah, interesting. Is that what's going on here? In 20 or 30 years' time, we can defend ourselves. Yeah, it does sound a bit like that, doesn't it? It's just like, and in 2 decades, we will have our first submarine under construction. Just tell China to hold off for roughly 20 years. I'm sure nothing will happen in geopolitics over the next 10 years. It's a pretty safe bet, boys. And they put it right at the bottom of Australia as well. Hey, no one will be able to touch it down there. Hey, completely out of harm's way. Those e-cookies. Good morning over to 4IS. Yeah, they expanded the US sub base for them. Oh, sorry. We didn't have subs as a strike capability. It was a deterrence, and you need enough of them so they don't know if they're about at time. What they are proposing leave SA massive hole in our deterrence to make us more of a target. Okay. The issue is promising 30 billion. Meanwhile, he hasn't even addressed the hospital ramping that is out of control here, which is one of his election promises. And nurses pay, etc. Matt Bond, I have arrived. That's pretty early for you, Matt. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Meanwhile, China's building as many Navy ships as the entire UK Navy every year has been for a decade. Yes. Crazy stuff, isn't it? This is basically the Jim Jeffries joke of the gun owner unlocking his safe to get out a gun when someone is invading his house. Yeah. Hold on. Wait up. Get the padlock out. Get the code. Hey, hold up. You are so fucked. Did you think if we honored our deal with the French back when ScoMo was Prime Minister, we would have some submarines by now? I don't know. I'm sure the French would have been working on that stuff because, they have some type of system going on, at least, I guess. But this just all seems like layers and layers of bureaucracy and nothing to show for it. Got to keep an eye on those sneaky Chinese, eh? Am I right? Yeah, I know, right? Had to wake up to drop the fan to work. I'm so tired. Okay. Well, welcome to the stream. If you want, I will speak softly and you can go to sleep. We've got concepts of plans to defend ourselves. Meanwhile, Australia get good at serpentine running, which just makes us a bigger threat now because we have more of USA's forward strike. Jenny, what's the safe code? Your mum's birthday. Why the fuck would I know your mum's birthday? That's so good. But the Collins classes got too old. They kept extending their life if they will implode. Even if we had French subs, they would immediately get replaced by unmanned subs in a few years anyway. Well, apparently not, dilemmas, because the subs that are going to be built in this facility, in 20 years' time, are going to be very useful. We've had a discussion. We went forward in time to speak to Australians from 20 years in the future. They were very happy with what's going on in South Australia. It really propped up the economy, saved a lot of people. Hospital ramping is such a complicated issue. So many problems that result in the misuse of ambulance services are unrelated to operational limitations. The only lever the government has to pull is approving more beds. Somehow you need to staff those beds and train up doctors, nurses, paramedics. Hey, interesting. It's interesting, but that's okay. If we just cut off migration, then we'll have all the doctors, nurses, and paramedics that we need. Don't worry about that. That will be useful in the third echelon. Everyone seems to be a military expert in here. I don't know anything about subs. Far out. When I bring up that, I get called paranoid. So fist bump to a like man. Trust in the plan. Well, let's get from the woke Channel 10 establishment. What is the plan?
And who knows a lot about South Australia and even more about submarines is the former independent Senator Rex Patrick. He is the only former submariner ever elected to the federal parliament, and he joins us now. Rex Patrick, as a loyal South Australian, you must be pleased to see tens of billions of dollars flooding into the state's economy.
Well, look, if federal government money is to be wasted, I'd rather have it wasted in South Australia than any other place. But I don't think this is a very wise spend. And I think the timing of the spend is very, very suspicious.
I don't get it. I'm still confused. What the fuck is going on here? Somebody tell me what the fuck is going on. I still don't get it. Migration won't solve the problem. One of my friends told me a story about how a patient called an ambulance to pick up an old lady with her shopping They took her to the local hospital, which was around the corner from her home. She discharged herself from the ambulance bay and then proceeded to walk home with her shopping. No way. Okay. What the fuck? That's crazy. Stick that up, you're ramping, ladies and gentlemen. Eh? Free ambulance pickup shopping experience. That's mental. All right, let's have a quick... Recently, it has been announced that the federal government is going to spend $30 billion to build a submarine shipyard in South Australia. Is this specifically part of, or just Australia's own defense strategy? Will the $30 billion investment include any type of provision of submarines, or simply the facility itself? Mystery, you heard about the Maryborough Queensland arrest? The case is sickening. No, I haven't. I haven't, actually. If you have some details, let us know. Here's what we know about the federal government's announcement. The shipyard expansion at Osborne in Adelaide is explicitly tied to Australia's AUKUS nuclear-tied power submarine program, the trilateral pact with the United States and the United Kingdom. AUKUS includes plans for Australia to acquire and then co-develop a fleet of nuclear-powered submarines with the US and UK. The federal government frames the investment as a key enabler of that pact, strengthening Australia's sovereign submarine construction sustainment capability under AUKUS. A $30 billion figure mainly covers building the physical facility and supporting infrastructure. New submarine construction yards at Osborne that include fabrication facilities, outfitting halls, consolidation, testing, launch and commissioning areas, a skills and training academy for workforce development, workforce and skills investment, funding to train and employ engineers, tradespeople and specialists in submarine construction and sustainment. Interesting. I hear the Chinese do this well. They build a lot of naval equipment at the moment. Maybe we can get some of those in, some Chinese engineers in. That won't be controversial at all, I'm sure. The infrastructure build out will take place over decades and be funded progressively, with an initial $3.9 billion down payment announced for now. No, it does not include submarines. The $30 billion refers to the shipyard and related infrastructure. Submarines, both interim Virginia class boats acquired from the United States and the future SSN AUKUS class that Australia will co-build with the UK, are part of the broader AUKUS program, but are not counted in that $30 billion. So the UK and Australia builds these things together. And so what, do we assemble them here? Is that what happens? Like they send over all the parts from the UK and then we put it together like Lego? Is that how it works? Why South Australia? Osborne Naval Shipping Yard has long been the centre of submarine work in Australia. Collins class, there it is. And is now being expanded for nuclear capability. Nuclear subs give Australia a much greater range, stealth, endurance, and defence capabilities. Central goal of AUKUS, and enhancing security in the Indo-Pacific. Hey, it's just, we are so in the clutches of American imperialism. It's kind of scary, isn't it? AUKUS assemble. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. Like, what's going on? This isn't about defending us. It's about building ports for US subs. The Virginia class was designed in the 90s. Bottom line, $30 billion shipyard investment for AUKUS nuclear submarine program, not a standalone unrelated defense infrastructure project. It largely covers the cost of building the shipyard infrastructure and the workforce capabilities. It doesn't directly include purchasing submarines. Those costs are part of the larger multi-hundreds of billion-dollar AUKUS submarine acquisition and development program. Multi-hundreds of billions of dollars? Jesus. What's going on here? We get nuclear power to kill, but not to generate power. By the time we first get one, it'll be 30 or 40 years old. Interesting. Okay.
With the timing, what's wrong with the timing announcement?
Well, this announcement is to build submarines in South Australia starting in 2050, ending in 2060. But there is an election in South Australia next month. And I cannot decouple this announcement from the election campaign. It's not necessary to make the announcement now. This is a bit of pork barrelling.
You say 2050.
Pork barreling. Yeah. I love it when someone says pork. It's so good. Graham Morgan 3858 throwing more dollars at a sovereign into a sovereign eroding defensive opportunity cost we don't need, can't afford any fails, any logical defense priority analysis. Just crazy. I don't know if I recognize this name. Graham. Have you been here before, Graham? Let us know. We're paying to be their port. Interesting. Well, apparently we're paying for these subs and they're not even under our control, even. Like the US gets to control the subs that we're getting out of the AUKUS deal. And like if the US has a dent in their capabilities, or their range, then they just take control of those subs, basically. Previous comment, E. What are we talking about here? Let's go back a little bit. It was also related to the two-child video game Roblox in the case. Either 7 News or The Guardian reported on it. Okay, fair enough. No, I haven't heard about it, but anything with Roblox, oh my god. Hey? Especially in light of all the stuff that's coming out with the e-files at the moment. My god, the world is one fucked up place. Subs are just the first pillar of AUKUS. The second is sharing advanced technology. Okay. And like, why wouldn't we just share it anyway? Why do we have to be part of AUKUS? Although we're all allies here. Don't we share stuff anyway amongst friends? Isn't this the barter system? A tithe, us 20% of our GDP for a year over a 20-year period, 1% or so. Tithe? Did you use that word on purpose? That's pretty good. As a vassal state, here are our tithings to you. We stole software to run the triple ones? But according to something I read, we wrote our own for the F-35s rather than John Deere, the new planes, which we're forced to do with the subs, it seems. Okay.
50 and onwards, isn't the date from about early to mid 2040s? So we're expected to see a submarine that's been made here in Australia?
Look, that's an optimistic view of the world. The UK, which is the country that we are in partnership to design the SSN AUKUS class submarine, their submarine is one big cluster fiasco. They currently have 6 astute...
You guys got to understand, they're playing 14 chess, just trust in the plan. Yeah? Even the USA don't have the right to repair F-35s, LOL. Well, because of some contract issue? Intellectual property? What's going on there? Military lost their case versus Lockheed? Jesus Christ. Isn't it crazy how like these companies feed off the state for their entire industry, get all of that taxpayer money, and then still have the audacity to challenge them legally? Because like, where else are you going to go? You're still going to give us the government contracts anyway, right? Am I right? Military lost their case to Lockheed. That's fucking crazy.
Class submarines, and only one of them is able to go to sea. They've been spending 7 to 8 years for some of their submarines in refits. And indeed, a former head of their submarine force has basically insisted that they should pull out of AUKUS. They don't have the capability to, in fact, deliver their submarines, let alone ours.
So what we saw today from the Prime Minister and the Premier, Malinauskas...
Who is this guy? Is he saying that the UK can't deliver the submarines? Is that what he just said? Yo, Lockheed Martin got some bank. Yeah, not only do they get the contracts, but they sue the state and get extra money off that as well. Only Lockheed is allowed to repair. The military aren't even allowed to repair it. Aren't even allowed to repair manuals? That's the free market gone mad, hasn't it? That's the free market gone absolutely mad. Where the state buys something, but they can't have it. It's kind of like the subscription economy that we're all, living under now. You can have a subscription to whatever videos or movies that you want to watch or games that you want to play or the car that you drive. You don't own anything. You won't own anything and you will be happy. Yeah, so that's the American Armed Forces. Any subs we will get will be the same as the F-35s, that we are dependent on the US military to repair. So what's the point of the fucking South Australian situation then? I still don't understand. They said that they will be able to build subs in Australia, in Osborne, and but at the same time, we can't touch them or we can't repair them because the US military will control them. So what's the point of Osborne? Can somebody please explain this one to me? We are getting subs that we have, one, no control over, and two, we can't touch anyway. So what's the point of Osborne? Are we making these things or not? And then we're supposedly making them in conjunction with the UK. Hey, you do a bit, now do a bit. And the UK doesn't even have capacity apparently to make them anyway. So what is the point of all this? I know you've already said it's 4D chess, Jordan, but I'm really struggling to see the 4D chess going on here. Looks like we're just throwing money around. It looks good for voters. They will get them to weld some walls together. So I read wrong and we didn't. What the fuck, Australia? More like Blockheed Martin. Am I right? Oh my god. This is mental. This is an absolute shit fest. This is just craziness. No one actually understands what's going on here then, do they? This is why AUKUS has always confused the fuck out of me. Do we make the subs here or do we not? I was messing with you, mystery. Well, still. If there is 4D chess going on, they have hidden it so well that no one will see this coming. Thanks to successive government, every Aussie knows what presidential backdot tastes like. It's insane. Do you honestly think it's going to take 20 years to get a sub? I think it's going to take 5. The government is saying it's going to take 20, so the Chinese don't think we have weapons we already have. Really? I reckon that's what it's about. We're so loose as well with our information. Chinese. Oh my god. I don't understand. The point is to turn Oz into an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the Pacific Theatre and lure voters from One Nation to Labour, since the Liberals here are so low. And you can do that by... You can lure One Nation voters to Labour by announcing $30 billion in Osborne. That's what's going on here. That's the long game. Is the reason for this? Yeah, that's the reason for this. The funding. Okay, fine. It's all politics. It's pork barreling. They're like, what's the actual AUKUS? Does anyone actually know what is the point of AUKUS? Apart from a security pact, we're supposed to have bought subs from the US and the UK that the US controls. But now we're building something as part of AUKUS where we can build our own subs, but we can't build them because we potentially don't have any control over the supply chains for the inputs that go into sub building. So really, this is a completely pointless venture. Completely pointless adventure. It's crazy how redundant this is. Time for AUKUS. What's this? Australia, UK, and Canada. And what about New Zealand? Where does New Zealand come into all of this? Ravy baby, how you going? It takes long to get a plant online for refueling. Yeah. Okay. If Labor announced that the submarines will be used to control illegal immigration in our waters, you watch the kooky One Nation crowd flock from orange to red. Could you imagine? We're using nuclear-powered subs to take over to stop the boats. Oh my god. Far out. I have to say, they're reporting on AUKUS again suddenly. What are they trying to distract us? AUKUS on suddenly. What are they trying to distract us from? Well, apparently, so the going conspiracy theory is here in this stream is that this has all got to do with SA election and trying to keep Labour in power. They're 3 pillars of AUKUS, I believe. Research assistant. Okay, fine. Fine. Are there 3 pillars to AUKUS? And what are they? If yes, how does this new facility in Osborne relate to the subs that we've already supposedly purchased off the US and the UK? Are these separate things? Yeah, I know. I get this image of a big black submarine surfacing next. No, surfacing, and like the boat is like on top of the submarine as it's surfacing. Hey, would you like a ride? Lockheed Martin be like, hey, submarine money. Pillar 1, nuclear-powered submarines. This pillar covers Australia acquiring and building nuclear-powered submarines in partnership with the United States and the United Kingdom. It includes interim US Virginia-class submarines. Australia plans to purchase several Virginia-class submarine boats from the US in the early 2030s, subject to US congressional approval and US industrial capacity. Oh my God. The rotational presence from 2027, the US and the UK nuclear submarines will rotate through HMAS Sterling in WA. Future joint build SSN AUKUS. Australia and the UK will co-design a new class called SSN AUKUS. The UK will build its version first, late 2030s. Australia will build its own SSN. The names is fucking crazy, aren't they? SSN AUKUS submarine in Adelaide in the 2040s. This is the pillar of the $30 billion Osborne Shipyard. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm starting to see. So we've bought phase 1. Buy the submarines from the US. And they'll decide what to do with them. If they ever give it to us. If they even have the fucking industrial capacity to build them in the first place. So we've handed money over and we're not sure. We'll get back to you, Barry, about whether you actually get your submarines or not. So that's that's part 1 of phase 1. Then there's another thing. The UK and the US will rotate some of their nuclear subs off the coast of Western Australia. I don't know how that's part of a pillar. Like, they probably do this shit anyway, let's be honest. Future joint build. Then we're going to design the new SSN AUKUS. You know, the latest technology. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. And we're waiting for the UK to build it first in the late 2030s, not the late 2020s. You heard that correctly, ladies and gentlemen. Not like literally, late 2020s would be from now onwards, maybe 2027, maybe 2028, right? Not this decade. In a decade's time, if you're lucky, the UK will build the first version of this thing, and then we'll start building it in Adelaide in the 2040s. That's what they're talking about here. That's what they're talking. And this expert that Channel 10, woke Channel 10 has on, is like, the UK doesn't have the capacity to build this shit at the moment. So like, if the UK gets its act together, in a decade's time, they'll build and help design a new AUKUS sub that we'll start building in Adelaide in 2 decades' time. And then the second pillar is advanced military technologies. This pillar covers cooperation on cyber, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, hypersonic and counter hypersonic weapons, undersea warfare capabilities, electronic warfare. So cyber, there's a cyber war going on, and we're part of that military, the military outposts there. I think it's no coincidence that we investigated last year that the FBI is opening up a legate in Wellington, wasn't it, in New Zealand? They've got a legate in Australia already, I'm pretty sure. But they're opening up operations that they said helps them deal with cybercrime on a global scale in the area, in the Indo-Pacific. And so, like, there it is. We're going to be an outpost for the Americans to fight cybercrime. I guess that just means another place for them to fight against China in the Indo-Pacific. Artificial intelligence. So we're just going to get all of the stuff that the Americans give to us, and we're going to have to pay top dollar for it. Quantum technologies too. Hypersonic and counter hypersonic weapons. So we're going to be used as some launching pad, I guess, or the Indo-Pacific will be used as some type of launching pad for hypersonic weapons and to counter them, shoot down hypersonic weapons, I guess. So there's 2 pillars. There's not 3 pillars. It's a 2-pillar system. There you go. So where does the Osborne Shipyard fit in? The expanded shipyard at Osborne Naval Shipyard is pillar 1. Australia can construct its own AUKUS submarines domestically. So we can build them in 2040. Like, think about where you're going to be in 2040. Think about that. Like, it's actually impossible to do. You're like, plan 5 years out is hard enough. 10 years out, it's so low resolution. Like, it's hard to know what you're going to be doing in 10 years time. Really, like, anything can happen in 10 years. In 20 years, we're going to be building these things. My God, this is awful. This is really awful stuff here. Oh my God. Far out. Australia develops a sovereign industrial base for nuclear submarine work. Are these separate from the US subs we're buying? Phase 1, buy US Virginia class. Phase 2, build AUKUS in Adelaide. All right, so they're not, they're under the same program, but they're not. This is not related at all. This is fucking mental. Why are we funding this again? I'm so confused. What's going on here? USA be like, I'm bored of international laws. We are flexing our military muscle. Yep. I live by underpants gnome schedules most days. They should just say they're building fusion-powered subs minus the stealing part. Fusion-powered. Yeah, well, and who knows what's going to happen in 20 years' time, right? Cold fusion subs with black hole stealth technology and a pizza oven. So good. I miss the internet. Not sure if miss the internet or just the memes. Thank you. Is that what it's going to be like when society crumbles? People will be handing each other pieces of paper. Be like, remember when we had memes? I think they call these cartoons. No. They're just paper memes. Palantir fused into Lockheed Martin, 2 masculine figures joining together. Yes, I could imagine. Probably locked up in some radical left concentration camp. Basically, every drone strike, bar the ones in South America that has the US has done in the war on terror, has bounced off Pine Gap. All those wars like Yemen, all fleet signals bounced off Pine Gap. That and the underground levels and UFOs. Oh my God. I always thought it was 3 pillars of AUKUS. It was the 3 countries. Well, apparently not according to our research assistant, which is prone to hallucinations, so we'll never know. Unless this guy and Channel 10 tells us first.
About essentially the vast construction sheds in which the submarines ultimately are going to be built. An extraordinary statement there from the South Australian Premier that it's going to cost $30 billion before we get a single widget on a submarine. Does that surprise you?
Look, that's an incredible amount of money to spend on buildings. I actually don't know how that's done. We must remember that also must be connected to the tens of billions being spent in Western Australia on buildings. The $4 billion announced today as spending on this project.
Does anyone know Osborne? Anyone been there? Oh, like it's fucking right in the heart. Oh, well, like right. It's pretty close. It's not remote. This is what we're talking about here. This is Osborne. Okay. So they found a more expensive building than a data center? The sub pen? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah. At least data centers would do something quicker than 2 decades. Yeah, my mum lives across the road from it. Oh, wow. Okay, fair enough. Osborne Naval Shipyard. Here it is. Okay. It's not blacked out. It's interesting. Got a lot of solar power. I hear the sun don't always shine in South Australia. Takes me 20 minutes to get there from my place. Fair enough. Man, I am learning so much about South Australia these days. It's time to go on the trip, everyone. Jump on my Patreon, slap down some cash, and I'll go do a stream from Osborne. Oh, man. Human shields.
Program is about the same amount of money that Singapore has spent buying 6 Invincible class submarines, highly capable submarines, 4 of which are in the water and able to respond to any increase in tension in the South China Sea. We will not see anything until well after a decade at best. You can't assist in a conflict with a bunch of buildings, and that's all we seem to be announcing. That's all we seem to be building, and I think as we do that, as we spend that money, we are hollowing out the rest of our defence force.
Rex Patrick, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Thanks. That was not really helpful at all. Submarines, the phallic vehicles of the deep ocean, nice and deep, sneaky and powerful, so strong. Hey. Yes, believe it or not, we do exist. And people are investing down there as well, not just existing. Hey, it's going off in South Australia. Only just. But don't be surprised if the naval base expansions aren't half done already. NWA and North Coast Islands. In WA and North Coast Islands. We almost lost the right to even sail through Indo's waters, LOL. Added weeks to the trip to the South China Sea, and those Navy ships need refueling like every 3 days at heavy steam. Interesting. Full steam. There's another reference to the industrial era gone by. Let's see if I can get any more clarity on this. This just seems like an absolute shit show. Like, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, it's just all over the place. Mystery, I've said it before, but there were ADF general advocating for conscriptions. Yeah, I think there's a lot of countries considering this at the moment. Anyone who's had any type of relations with the US, like look at what the Europeans are doing at the moment. I know the French have considered it, or they're implementing some type of protest for that process or something similar. I think the Germans are looking into something of that nature as well. It's coming. It's coming. We just need a good fear campaign and like a, a really good enemy as a boogeyman to heck, and then some massive disaster situation. And the Europeans are in the thick of it at the moment. Hey, gotta watch out for those evil Russians. Gotta watch out.
stepping up the cash and eyeing off plans for a multi-billion-dollar shipyard.
We do live in an uncertain world, but we can be certain of the economic benefit to the tune of $30 billion.
Arguably the most structurally significant contribution to our economy that we will ever see.
The federal funding just under
What's our view on the Munich security arrangement? I don't know. We're about to find out. We're going to get onto that later. Actually, after we finish this, we're going to have a look at the Munich Security Conference. See what those crazy Europeans and Americans have been up to over the weekend. But everyone seems to be very kind of enamored by the fact that Marco Rubio came over and talked nicely to the Europeans. And when JD Vance went over there last year and was just like, you are naughty Europeans. You shouldn't be like taxing, you shouldn't be regulating our tech bros. How dare you? How dare you? Do you not understand where the future is? And so he got all the Europeans got pretty upset with JD Vance last year. So we're going to look into it.
$4 billion of which will go towards an initial down payment.
So $5 billion Area 1. What are we looking at here? So there's the knob part there. Let's go back. It must be up the top there that we're talking about. Up this top part. Does that look right? It's crazy how there's like, how easy it is to get access to like aerial imagery of Australian like military bases or naval bases or shipyards. It's crazy. It must be this area that they're talking about, right? Yeah, that looks right. Over here. Area 3. So Area 1's down there. So Area 1's like down here somewhere. So first 5 billion, then 8 billion, 15 billion in Area 3. Wow. What a facility to churn out nuclear subs in 20 years. Little Marco Polo Rubio. They have a lot of our uranium and we don't take the waste back. The US wants us to make a waste dump also. We have a lot of they have a lot of our uranium and we don't take the waste back. Area 51 Aussie edition. Let's go. Labour and SA are locked in to win, but you can tell One Nation Rise is living rent-free in their heads. And they want to stem that bleed early on. Dr. Evil, $1 million. Scotty, 1 billion is bigger than a million. Numbnuts. All right, back to it.
Will be spent expanding the Osborne Shipyard in Adelaide's northwest for the construction of nuclear-powered submarines under the AUKUS Defence Pact with the US and UK.
Assets that will defend Australia as the objective.
The total floor area of the new shipyard will be 10 times larger than the existing Osborne site, constructed from 126,000 tonnes of structural steel, the equivalent weight of 17 Eiffel Towers. Transforming this shipyard into one of the world's most advanced submarine construction sites doesn't come without its challenges. Among them, finding the more than 10,000 skilled workers needed to build the complex machinery. But both the government and industry have repeatedly insisted the workforce will be ready in time, with construction already underway on a new training academy.
There will be...
Imagine if we spent this money on like fucking infrastructure. Like $30 billion on infrastructure. How much does it cost under the Belt and Road Initiative for a country like Thailand to implement and construct high-speed rail? Very briefly, how much does it cost? Or how much did it cost for high-speed rail to be constructed? Can you provide that money cost in US dollars? Again, very brief response, please. The total Bangkok to Nong Khai high-speed rail corridor, about 609 kilometers long, is estimated at 43 billion Thai baht, 12.9 billion US dollars. What is 12.9 billion converted to AUD? And what is the distance between Sydney and Melbourne in kilometers? No, but I want to get... I know why you're saying that. Like, it's labor costs are cheaper. But I want to understand how much the Chinese do it for. Look at that. My God. I have to count the zeros, seriously. The distance is... direct is 700 kilometers. So we're looking at something roughly the same. Is $18 billion. So they get spend... Let me just get this straight. Okay, like this is really rough. Okay, really, really rough here. All right, but just think about this for a second. They can spend $30 billion making a submarine facility, the one of the best in the world, so it can start doing stuff in 2040, potentially, maybe longer than that, in 20 years' time. Or they could spend $18 billion. Let's say half of that, and start linking up major cities in Australia. Potentially. Like China does some incredible high speed. And that would change the game. Like if you put in infrastructure like that, where people could get in between regional areas and major cities in an hour or two, and not have to rely on flight to be able to do that. Like the radical changes that would happen to economy there is like, it's unspeakable. It's almost unimaginable. You don't know how it will unfold, the changes to the economy. And like here we are spending $30 billion. And this is supposedly controversial, spending $30 billion on something like this. And where's our fucking high-speed rail? Where's our real infrastructure proposals, man? This is fucking crazy. We can't turn right along King William Street because of the trams. Have to drive for 10 minutes to find a place to U-turn. There's local issues here. $1 lease for the skyscraper grinds my gears as well. Labor costs are cheaper in Thailand. Thailand, yes. Because the price was more 4 times different in quote. For the East Coast link here. Whoa, I missed something here. Whoa. How much does it cost in China or Japan? Because the price was like 4 times different in quote for the East Coast link here. Look up the second proposed projects for the East Coast link here. One was by Japan, one was by China. And it was 4 times the price difference. Yeah, you could have built a train line where I live. The rail bridges are falling apart or being turned into bike trails for high schools. Interesting. Thailand be like military coup, yet economic growth, insult troll phase. Oh, man. Whatever. Spend money. Be a good vassal state for US imperial interests. We need a base. We need somewhere where you guys can start building subs in like 20, 30 years time. So when like shit really goes down with China and like we're really struggling, the US that is, and we need to feed someone into the meat grinder, you're there, Australia, and you can produce some subs while we wage war and try to destroy the human race. It's crazy. Fucking mental, all this stuff. High-speed rail was proposed under the Rudd administration with Albanese as the infrastructure minister. Never saw the light of day because the Rudd-Gillard Rudd thing. Albo has hinted towards high-speed rail. Like Taylor Swift hints about her new album. Yeah, interesting.
1,000 apprentices graduating every year from the Skills and Training Centre here.
Local defence companies are also hoping to play a role.
We need the certainty around decisions involving the contracting of local companies into the supply chain.
Ahead of the first nuclear-powered submarine rolling off the production line in the 2040s. Stephanie Richards, ABC News.
Interesting. So what was the name of the projects that you talked about there? The East Coast Link. 2 proposed projects for the East Coast Link. Can you explain the proposals for the East Coast Link in Australia? I'm assuming was a high-speed rail project. It seems that we got costing from Japan and China. Are you able to provide very brief details of what the East Coast Link was going to be and the costing provided by both Japan and China? So much of the Western world could deal with this. Could deal with a bit of reinvigoration of our economies through something like this. Like the US it'd suit the US so well, this type of stuff. The East Coast Link proposal was generally referred to as Australia's East Coast high-speed rail concept. It's a long-standing vision to build a dedicated high-speed rail connecting major cities on the East Coast, notably Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra and Melbourne, sometimes extending to other regional centres. Early government commission studies outlined 1,700 kilometres or 1,800 dedicated to high-speed rail corridor linking Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra and Melbourne. Estimated construction costs ranged from Australian 114 billion in 2012. Some alternative modelling put it about 60 to 100 billion dollars. This is over 10 years ago. This is 15 years ago. Japan's high-speed rail technology, what is that? Shinkansen has long been referenced in discussions about high-speed rail for Australia. China's involvement, like Japan, China has not signed a formal contract to design and pay for the Australian East Coast high-speed rail. China is a world leader in building high-speed rail and has sometimes been mentioned. Japanese proposal, no official cost bid from Japan for the Australian project. No formal Chinese government or company costed offer either. Interesting. I remember a couple of years ago, there's a scam that took 3% of Vietnam's GDP. A scammer. Wow, she was sentenced to death. Vietnam ain't playing. Damn, 3%. That's mental. You're going to hear it here first. Third term Labor will start building high-speed rail and use changes to CTG to fund it. Yeah, I've heard it here first. High aspirations there. I'd like to see that. It's like the silver price is first sign that they are probably going to start to reduce solar production. It's probably gotten close to its price floor. And we are well from done transitioning in the West. Interesting. Yeah, I think it was only ever proposed projects and talks. Still, I know this is a bit of a tangent here, but like we're looking at, like, if people are upset that we're spending $30 billion on something that won't be functional for 20 years, where we could actually spend like what? 3 or 4 times that amount and actually get something that would like reshape the Australian economy and benefit like people, not like the military industrial complex of Australia, the UK, and America for America's own long-term strategic interests in the Indo-Pacific as their national security strategy that we read last year details. They just want Australia, as Dilemmas has hinted to earlier, as an unsinkable aircraft carrier. And lucky us, the unsinkables. I heard China is also reversing desertification, as well as creating a carbon sink. Taklamakan Desert case study. Yeah, I have heard about this desertification stuff. Yeah, it's like reforestation and reversing desertification. Pretty crazy stuff. Because I know like northwestern China has been set to be an expanding desert. So if they could turn back that's crazy. But I think the Chinese had a Townsville to Melbourne proposal. There's about 30 billion, but it would have used fly in, fly out workers. Okay. Oh, they did some amazing stuff with reclaiming deserts. Yeah. Okay. All right. We are leaving this topic now. It just seems like an absolute shit show. It's all over the place, this AUKUS stuff. And you know why it's like this? Is because we just kind of a lapdog or a puppet for somebody else's strategic interests. It's like that whole Port of Darwin thing that we were looking at. Everyone's upset at the Chinese for having a 99-year lease on a port in Darwin, which they've spent all this money upgrading so they can get more goods to come in and out of the country because they're trying to stimulate economic activity, commerce, which is supposedly what all these liberals and free market proponents like in the first place, and they're actually doing trade. And the reason that we're talking about the Chinese takeover of Darwin is because the US has existing military bases in proximity to it, and they're upset that we allowed China to have a 99-year lease. That's right, we engaged with them legally to acquire something, and the Americans didn't like it. They didn't want China too close to their bases. It's like that joke you always say, that all those countries that are angering America by putting their borders close to existing American bases. Like, that's exactly why we have China fear, is because the US decided that it didn't like us leasing out the Port of Darwin because it's close to their military facilities. And here we are with AUKUS as well. Same sort of shit. It's all confusing. It doesn't make sense. We're talking about stuff that's not going to be useful for 20 years. 20 years, so much can happen. And it's not like we're not talking about some type of, I don't know, solar farm that they're building. Like, this is military. This is for our defense. And we're not going to touch it. We're not going to be able to do anything with it for 20 years. So much changes in 20 years' time. This is crazy. All right, we are going to have a look at the Munich thing. So there's a Munich Security Conference that has happened recently. How did it do that was incredible.
On the job site, lead.
Wow.
Is on board.
Let's get some understanding of that, shall we? I can't believe I'm getting ads. What happened there? Oh my god, we're getting hit up with ads. Boo. Boo ads. Avert your eyes, children. Oh, New York Post. Let's see what the New York Post has to say about this.
Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic...
Actually, let's get something from the research assistant first. What is the Munich Security Conference? Question mark. Very brief response, please. And why should I care? Has anyone seen what happens to subhulls that get old? I don't know. Did they sink them and turn them into coral reefs for tourist purposes? The Munich Security Conference is an annual high-level meeting held in Munich, Germany. It brings together world leaders, defense ministers, military officials, and policy experts to discuss global issues such as wars, NATO strategy, cybersecurity, nuclear risks. It's a forum of discussion, not a decision-making body. That's it. Okay.
Historic alliance, an alliance that saved and... Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world.
Make it brief. It's so good. Well, like sometimes he gives you pages and pages of information. You're like, I don't need to know that. Just briefly, please. I just want an understanding. I'm not a PhD student. Calm the fuck down.
You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the...
Communism and freedom, not communism and capitalism. Remember that. You've heard it here first. Communism and freedom. So obviously the antithesis of being free is living under an oppressive communist regime.
Heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe.
Although I guess you could say that in the way that they find out they are old via spontaneous decompressions. You hear like a crunch on the hydrophones and nothing more. Oh, wow. Wonderful. Lovely. It's called freedom, you commies.
One with the potential self staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe. One with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind.
More final than final. It's so good. The dramatic language is so hilarious. It's just like, this time when we talk about the end of the world, it'll be the real end of the world. Not like those other times we're talking about the end of the world. That was not really going to be the end of the world. It's like, you know, it'll be serious. But like this time, it'll be the end. All right? All right? They're all just joking. Or they're alluding to this one being the real final. You can't get any more final than this finish. That's for sure.
The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together... It's
not a bubble party. End of the world this time, guys. I swear, it's definitely this time. It's the end of the world. The end of the world is going to be so hot. So hot. To be honest, the Europeans and Americans are more alike than they think they are. Yes. But then they'll admit. Like, the Europeans obviously feel that they're way more cultured. But yes, they are very similar.
Europe and America prevailed, and a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it an evil empire. And the East and West became one again.
An evil empire. It's so good. As climate change melts off your face, melts off your face. It'll be so hot. So hot. And talk about evil empire, eh? Don't talk to me about evil climate change. It's the same, really, apart from what they call football. We were facing communism, so they killed millions of people around the world to stop it, just to be sure. It was freedom was at stake, if you recall, Jag. And so they freed people up from that evil specter of communism. Bro, is Rubio talking at an aged care facility, teaching them about the Cold War? I was just thinking, like look at the room of people he's speaking to, and here he's telling them about European history. He's like, do you remember that war they had that split your country into? Yes, Rubio, we are aware. We haven't just read about it in books. Most of us were alive for that. Actually, all of these guys were alive for that, for sure. Yeah, freed them from this earth. Yeah, here's a little bit of freedom. Hey, you like that? You're free forever now. American hyperbolic language never fails. Freedom.
But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood.
Isn't it amazing, the people that delivered us neoliberalism and the neoliberal narrative, like the end of history? After communism's fallen, there will be nothing but capitalism forever. Like, kind of thing. Like, these guys are now like, oh, isn't it outrageous that we thought it was the end of history? It's like, well, you guys peddled this shit. You actually thought that things are just going to stay the same forever in your little fucking free market neoliberal wonderland. Now you're realizing it sucks and how unstable the world is. And now you're taking back the rhetoric, the ideology, the frame of mind that made it all possible for you to become, rich and powerful and destroy the economy in the first place. Now you're calling it out for being shit. Hey, we were doing it before it was cool, man. Fuckwits. Seriously. Rubio is slightly better than Vance. Low bar, I guess. Hey? Interesting. I've said for decades now that the easiest way to hide a gas chamber is have no walls. Interesting. That's scary. Spandunk in the house. I was wondering if this speech was going to revolve around World War II. So ancient, no one cares what you did 100 years ago. All the oldies all think finally these whippersnappers are taking the threat of commies seriously. Sorry, YouTube made me split up the chamber comment. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I assumed that's what was going on there. As soon as you put gas and the CH word together, good luck to you.
That the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest. And that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human...
It was your fucking idea, bro. People like you. Hello? Hello, you advocated for this. You wanted the end of history. You wanted the world market to engulf everything. And it has. And now you're doubling down on the nationalism part. Fucking hell. Oh... Rubio, what's your history lesson on Cuba? What's going on there? Marco Polo?
Nature, and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours. Shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas, and handing...
Yeah, see the room he's talking to? He's like, oh yeah, and deindustrializing our economies and sending millions of jobs overseas to, like, places where labor was really cheap. And they were all like, yeah, we'll take it. You just send your capital here, develop our industry, then we'll take over from your industrialization, beat you at your own game, and now you're all nervous, standing around jerk circling each other, saying, oh, we were wrong about the end of history because now we've got rivals that aren't from the North Atlantic. They're from the global South. and they're coming to get us. And last year, we sent someone over who yelled at you like you were children because you wouldn't let us control you with our AI and our fancy technology. And now we need to kind of mend the relationship a little bit, because if you Europeans don't hold your own, then America is going to have a big problem maintaining its control over the world. So yeah, history hasn't ended. We just de-invested in our countries. And now everybody else is caught up. And we have to quickly scramble now to end history again, so we can sit down and talk about the end of history safely once more. But history's ramping up again, and Marco Rubio doesn't like it. Hey, you don't like it when history starts moving and you're not in the fucking hot seat. You're not at the helm, controlling what direction the end of history is going in. Fucking hell. The audacity of these people, seriously. America did that to itself, thinking it's more profitable focus on the third stage goods and services rather than on production. No one stole your manufacturing sector. You killed it. And then they're lecturing us about it. Like, they literally wrote the end of... These guys celebrated the end of history, and now they realize that history is back on again. And they're like, shit. Look at all of us sitting in this room. We're going to do something about this. This is not a drill. Somebody press start on the history button. We had that paused, and it's starting up again. Anyone know about this? Anyone know about this? It's time you Europeans started sending your sons and daughters back into the fucking meat grinder, so we can slow down the course of history. The inevitable course of history, where we get fucking tamed and pulled back into the fold like everybody else in the human race that actually exists. You guys don't get to play control forever. America be like, yes, let's send manufacturing to Asia. I cannot foresee the consequences. Every speech these US talking heads do are for an audience of one. Huh. Remember, there was a bloke in the early 1900s who wanted to close down the patent office because everything had been invented. End of history. Oh, so it happens all the time. Of course. Send them to war so they don't revolt against us. Yeah, send them into the meat grinder. Because they might actually have their own opinions. Hey, in 20 years' time, who would have thought? Maybe Gen Z or whoever comes after that. Who comes after Gen Z? Alpha, the Omega, something like that. They might have different visions to Rubio and all these pompous fucks that are sitting in this room at the moment. How many NWO have we had since Bush's speech? Is this the fourth or fifth New World Order since the end of history? Eh? Yeah, I know, right? Yes, we're about to find out which phase of non-history we're in at the moment. The 1% got very rich sending manufacturing offshore. Now that their children are here, they're realizing that the decision has backfired royally. Yeah, and they're scrambling. Does BRICS have their own epi files? Well, once they gain a little bit more power, it's inevitable. It happens, apparently.
In control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else.
Did he just say what I thought he said? He did say, oh, we spent money on social safety nets and social security instead of spending money on militarization. And look at us now. We should have just been keeping up with the whole military spending stuff, eh? And like, he can talk to a bunch of Europeans who actually spent money on social security. Like, he's really rich coming from someone like him. which is they've spent comparably, the US would have spent no money or very little money on Social Security compared to the Europeans. So rich. America clearly don't like China taking the empire reins. They see what's coming. They're about to be nothing more than a global market for everyone else. And so they should be like everyone else. Like they should be just another player in the entire global market chain, as opposed to someone who gets to dictate what everybody else does economically. And they'll use economic warfare to take you out if you don't fucking play ball. And like if you really don't play ball, even as a result of that, then they'll literally just take you out militarily. They should be just another player in a global community. Guess history's back on the menu, boys. The end of history's story is like listening to someone in the corner chair and watching someone else make out with your spouse and then blame them for something you set up. It's so brain dead. What a fucking analogy. That's so good. Although the reason the US is uncompetitive is a lack of industrial spend and public health. Not according to Rubio. They shouldn't have spent any money developing the countries, but just kept up military spending. Public health is productivity gain. Is it productivity gain? No, it's not. It's money that could have been spent in the military. Violet Quinn, Marco Rubio is not happy with you. Let me take a moment to appreciate that Charles Sheen is nowhere in the files, along with Mel Gibson and Jim Carrey. They all tried to warn us. Yeah. The USA actually spends more money on health than Europe. Yeah, but not because they've got such a wonderful healthcare system. It's because it is absolutely outrageous. It's a shit show. It's an actual shit show. And so it costs more than anything else. Because it's done through the private seller environment. They get lower outcome and higher costs of production because of it. Yeah, seeing Charles Sheen in text is weird. Winning. Well, worse than that, without any resources or production, they'll slip to the bottom of the global market ladder, and rightfully so. Spend too long on top. Yeah, well. It didn't have to be like that. Could have just been one amongst equals, as opposed to forcefully top dog. I hope they don't slip to the bottom of the chain, because like America's got some incredible resources, and I don't just mean like natural resources. They've got great skilled labor, an incredible induction, like they've got incredible infrastructure there, like for everyone to benefit off. Like, you know, they've got it all, it's all set up and ready to go. It's just like their health system. It's just privatized, and they still spend more money on it than anyone else would spend relatively. It's just run horribly. It's just managed horribly in the interest of pure profit and pillaging. If only the society itself was managed properly and they had some goal outside of maintaining a very small interest group in their wealth and power. You know, the country could be a fucking beacon of humanity, really. But yeah, maybe it will just... I don't know, man. There's too much playing there for them to fall into obscurity. They won't go down without a fight, that's for sure. And they'll fucking take half of the world down with them. My God. Rubio, we know you want to be the future Cuba dictator. I don't know, man. I think he's got bigger aspirations than that. He wants to be president, but he wants to be president of the Americas, if that makes sense. And so he'll be president of North America and Latin America. He's got his eyes on the prize. Yeah, not to mention art and entertainment. Yeah, that's a fair call too, actually. Great art and entertainment. Great cultural exports. Great cultural exports. Not everything, but like some really good stuff. But this is not disturbed distributed efficiently. Supremacist mindset in government. Whether melanin, money, or might is a sickness. Spandog, it's just besides their healthcare. There is also maintained power through fear, and the rest of the world is over it. Right, yes. Yes, the rest of the world is over it, I would say. That's why BRICS is such a problem, isn't it? We have dissolved into oligopoly. Solving world hunger isn't a fast way to take out the pause. Isn't a fast way to take out the pause, so we know why Elon bought Twitter instead. Ha! Right, yes, because he did promise that he could do that. It's oligopoly, even if the Greeks had some strange ideas about military government fetish for it. Even they understood oligopoly. Was arguably better than tyranny? Arguably worse than tyranny. Interesting. Well, I don't know. You could get a, what do they call it? Philosopher king, a benevolent leader every now and again that make some better decisions than an oligopoly. Look at that face. You just know that he's asking twinks on Grindr to do inappropriate things. Oh my god. It's been what? 1.5 hours and you haven't made a call like that yet, Ninja Nose? You're a bit late. I guess you're just looking for the right face to pop up on the screen. You have a feeling in 50 years everyone will ask why we ever traded in USD. BRICS will take off. All right, mystery man bun man, which would you kiss, Marco Rubio or JD Vance? Don't make me choose. Hey, can't we just do an old three-way? Actually, probably Rubio, because like when you kiss dudes, it's spiky, and he looks like he shaves, and like Vance looks rough. He looks rough. I prefer to be the spiky one, as opposed to getting spiked. If that makes sense. I'm going to go with Rubio to answer your question there, Jordan. Americans are turning to crowd health for healthcare now. Volunteer pay in system to avoid the big insurance costs. Yeah, it's like they're leaving the market and they're crowdfunding their health now. Hey, who would have thought? That sounds like some working class action right there, dilemmas. I'm sure that crowd health, though, is somehow profited off by some company or that controls the website and the infrastructure around it. We have been producing enough food to solve world hunger since the 70s. Yeah, most of the first declarations of rights were done by enlightened tyrants. There was some good Enlightenment individuals or people that were proponents of the Enlightenment that were tyrants. I think one of the German leaders, I can't remember what their name was. Let's call them like an aristocrat, an important individual, a Kaiser or something like that. They were big Enlightenment thinkers and wanted to bring the ideas of the Enlightenment out. Like look at even the Tsars, like the last Tsar in Russia, abolished the serfdom and like started trying to build up the country and stuff like that. Yeah, but Vance, the beard is long enough. It's not spiky. Rubio might have 5 o'clock shadow. You naive young man. He's not kissing the boys on Grindr. That makes it too personal. If you don't kiss, you're not gay. Right. So you can do all the other stuff. And yeah, like, hey, whoa, don't kiss me, please. I'm not like that. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, fuck me, dude. Rubio has that Cuban booty, but JD just has superior eyeshadow game. That's hilarious. We've all seen it. You've all seen him cross-dressing. We know it happens. Mystery, which would you do? Which one would you do the deed with, Keir Starmer or Emmanuel Macron? Hey, European style? Well, like, Keir Starmer's pretty plain, isn't he? Like, Emmanuel Macron, like, you know, he's French. The French have a reputation. We're going to have to go with Emmanuel Macron there. As long as he keeps the aviators on. I don't want to know where his eyes are. It's only gay if you open your eyes. That's why we'll keep the aviators on. Oh my god. Tyranny, democracy, military rule, and aristocracy was seen as stable forms, and democracy and oligopoly were seen as chaotic forms that often resolved into tyranny. We're getting that with the democracy part at the moment, aren't we? It's getting pretty chaotic. And like I would say that in an age of surveillance capitalism, that's where we're getting a lot of our instability from. The ideological base, like the narrative used to be controlled quite well, right? You'd only get sources, you'd only get your discussion topics from the mainstream media. They'd set the tone, and like everyone would just speak in that Overton window. It'd be very hard to get conversation outside of that. And now like social media is like blown it out huge. Surveillance capitalism, man. It's making democracy untenable. So they say as well. I think they're manufacturing consent for that. This idea that democracy is untenable. So they can reclaim some of that power. That's what the Dark Enlightenment is all about. All about. Republican logic, if you don't douche and you receive, it's not gay because you weren't expecting it. I don't necessarily agree with Plato neither. Did a lot of Athenians. Okay. Even I'd pick the French. You know he's got some techniques. Macron with top line glasses turned mystery on. I was so intrigued by what the fuck Macron was doing with those aviators on at Davos. I think the whole world was like, why is he wearing those aviators? Maybe he was on drugs. The only times that I really wear sunnies inside or at night or something like that is if I'm having a good time. Macron with top line. No, I read that. Come on, European style, you know the French. No more than the UK. Not even a question. We seem to be in democracy, oligopolies dissolving into tyranny in much of the West at the moment. Like, we're like ostensibly in democracy. We are in oligopoly, I would argue. Like, you would know potentially, maybe you wouldn't, Violent Quinn, but like my views on capitalism and like our mode of economy, like the democracy is literally just a way of sorting out policy decisions for the bourgeois class. So like the oligopoly is the fact that there are people with economic interests, economic power that really control society. And like the representative governments that we have all over the world are just like kind of smoke screens for that. Keep the plebs kind of placated by they have some type of active participation in politics. Also they think, but like, you know, the real policies are written by think tanks and corporations and all that sort of stuff. And they just write it, rubber stamp it through the different houses of governments and forms of government. So we have an oligopoly. We don't really have democracy. The democracy like is the culture wars that we have. And then they, you know, get us working into some type of frenzy. And the frenzy is what everyone thinks at the moment is democracy and chaos. And at some point when they don't need the democracy anymore, they can justify getting rid of it because of the culture wars and how we attack each other, and some type of event will happen. There'll be terrorism or extreme left violence or extreme right violence or whatever. Then they'll just take the democracy away and we'll just have the oligopoly without any of the pretense of democracy. But we don't actually have democracy. I think democracy can be stable form also, but it allows oligopoly in, then it moves to tyranny. I think we can have definitely stable democracy, especially with the technology that we have now. Like the way that we're connected, like, you know, imagine if we had a society, right, where like, I don't know, every morning or like once a day, once a week, like you got a series of things emailed to you, or we all had a government app or something like that. And like there was some key important policy decisions that needed to be made for the nation, referendum status, and we just voted on stuff once a week. We have the technology to do this. We don't even have to leave the house. But like we can't trust the technology because it's all in the private interests and held for profit. But like if we had nationalized a lot of our telecommunications technology and infrastructure, you know, we could have democracy, direct democracy all the fucking time. Direct actual democracy all the fucking time. But like, you know, that's not the system we live in. It'll never be until we change it. Mystery, would you hug Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un? Oh, for sure, Kim Jong-un. He looks more cuddly. Don't you reckon? Yeah, don't have the power of the people at the moment despite calling it democracy. And if he's really sad about Winnie the Pooh meme. Yeah, I am a member or was of the Flux Party. I don't know the Flux Party. It was called Senator Online or something before that. Right. The Flux Party. Yeah, we even have a registered party for it here. Yeah, right. But like, I wouldn't trust the infrastructure because it's like somebody's profits off it. Unless it's nationalized. That'd be different. But like, we still, like in Australia, we don't have the right technology for that. So we'd contract out to some other country and then they would control it somehow. Avalava in the house. Yo, what's up? Regarding Frenchie wearing aviators, the grey zone we're speculating is due to domestic violence, hiding the beatings. I've heard about that, yeah. Or he had some eye infection or something and it's sensitive to light. Like, I was trying to get to the bottom of it and there was nothing but fucking speculation. There was no official press release. Maybe he's just cool. Maybe he was just being a sick dog. Maybe he's like, you know what, this is going to fucking draw attention to me and people are going to talk about me. I'm going to wear fucking aviators to Davos and just be gangster, be French, a French baller. And like, you know, it worked with me. It worked for me. Mr. A, would you arm wrestle Argentinian Malay or Canadian or Canada's Carney? Oh, Malay for sure. I hate that guy. He's such a douchebag. And then if I win, I get his chainsaw and then I'll cut his arm off. So I can't do any more arm wrestling. Violent Queen law. The senators then vote as the majority of people from the electorate that responded voted. If they ever get elected, it's only in Senate at the moment. Interesting.
Just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes.
You know what fucks the continuity of your culture and your people is years of end of history style neoliberalism, where you've basically stopped spending on developing your country and just squeezing the middle classes for all of the wealth that they have, extracting that wealth, pushing it upwards, and then leaving everybody desperate and scrambling. It's a fucking dog-eat-dog world and nobody trusts anybody anymore. And it's all thanks to people like you. All the people sitting in this room listening to this fucking drivel in the first place.
Together. And now together we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago.
Everyone keeps talking about how he's like, hey, the United States and Europe, we belong together. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Like that's the line that everyone's frothing on. And it's like, oh, Marco Rubio did this. He's reunited the North Atlantic. Everyone's friends again. Oh my God, that was the one line. That was the thing. And if you don't want to do this, I'll come to your house and I will cut you. Hey, he's ready. Stab, stab. But the infrastructure exists and there is a registered party with the AEC running it. And yeah, it all runs around having a phone. That's cool, man. That's cool. That's really cool, actually. They look enthralled. LOL. Mystery, would you get your here for Italy, Maloney, or Greenland's? Would I get my here? Would you get your here? My heart. Oh, my heart. I don't know, man. I have to meet them first to tell them, to say whether I'd give someone my heart. I would just go back to, like, fooling around with people. It's so much easier. I don't even have to know them. Hey, you want to be friends with us, right? Or else. Come on, baby. We weren't always meant to be together. Hey, when I beat you, it isn't anything personal. I love you. It does feel like he's talking to, like, another partner in an abusive relation. He's like, come on, baby, we belong together. I know I've said some stupid shit in the past. I know I've done some stupid stuff. But you can't live without me. Huh? You need me. Yeah. Come on, let's do this. Fucking Rubio, bro.
But the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern.
Who does he think he's speaking to? Like a MAGA crowd? Eh? Like, these are probably highly educated and, like, highly aware individuals. And it's like, come on, man, if we speak a little bit harshly sometimes, it's because we love you, huh? We want what's best for you. Come on, you could trust us. Would we do anything wrong by you? Would we upset you by trying to take Greenland away from you? No, we wouldn't do anything like that. Don't worry about it. They wouldn't pressure you into spending 5% of your GDP on military. We wouldn't cut off your energy supplies that feed the entire Western European continent with cheap Russian energy. We wouldn't cut that shit off and then sell it to you ourselves for inflated prices. No, we wouldn't do that shit, man. I wouldn't exploit you. I love you, baby. Fucking hell. I hate it when you make me hurt you. Had to smack you with those tariffs, honey. Oh man, yeah, these Europeans would know some of World War II's history probably a lot better than Rubio. Yeah. Fucking hell. This is actually quite funny, actually. I wasn't sure where you're going with this one, Rubio, but we got you. We finally figured you out. Which leader would you want to tackle? I don't know. I fucking feel like tackling Rubio right now. Hey? That's for sure.
About a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally.
Have you seen Rupert Lowe's Reform UK video yet? No, I haven't. Link me though, wouldn't mind. Hey?
We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must...
We want Europe to survive? I didn't know it was dying. Oh, apparently. Savior, white savior complex going on over here. Mr. Rubio. Hey. Interesting. What a poet.
Must answer at the outset is, what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight...
An abstraction, bro. They fight for abstractions all the fucking time. One of the reasons why Napoleon was so successful and he wiped the floor with Europe was because he convinced, or the French, actually even prior to Napoleon, the French were convinced that they were fighting for France, as opposed to what they were used to before. That was like they were corralled by some aristocrat, paraded around like toy soldiers, and then sent to fight so other aristocrats could get one-upmanship over each other. And so they didn't actually take fighting very seriously at that point in history, because they were just like, you know, some aristocrats, soldiers, tin soldiers, or toys. They'd fight each other. They'd do a bit of, you know, fancy display. They'd stop for tea and they'd start fighting again. And the French convinced themselves they were fighting for France, for the nation state. And they would die for France. And they wiped the floor with Europe. People fucking fight all the time for abstractions. People actually, when it comes to warfare, people really only fight for abstractions. Their consent is manufactured through propaganda. They're told that they have to fight for some abstract reason. They don't actually, they're not fighting for their survival. Like World War II wasn't like all the people of Europe decided that they were gonna die if they didn't fight for something, and then they all went off to war and started killing each other because it was necessary. It was because they were convinced to do so using abstractions. My God. This is crazy. Correction E, Cuban savior complex. Yeah, sorry. Whoops. I've heard a number of them actually say Trump's the great white hope. Oh my God. Yeah, it's rare you get told you're going right to the front. Did anyone notice that shortly after Herzog's Australia visit, there were Iranian regime change protests? Saw a few US flags being waved around. Yeah, and you know what's really weird about the fucking Iranian protests as well? Is in the Iranian protests, they fly Israel flags. It's so weird. Like, look at them. Like, the Israelis flag is up there, and the Israelis have been, I would say, very systematically unaliving Iranians for a very long time. It's some weird going on, man. Very, very weird stuff. And like the Iranian protests are going hard all around the world at the moment, like all around the world, like thousands of people are coming out all around the world. And you just have to think like, what's the manufacturing consent on that one? All of a sudden, like the mainstream media is reporting on all of these Iranian protests that are happening all around the world. And so everyone's, I don't know, being told to think about how the evil regime needs to be brought down. They've been like protesting since the start of the year, but like just very recently, over the last couple of days, it's just been wall to wall in mainstream media about Iranian protesters protesting against the evil regime. They must be trying to get everybody's mindset ready for when America decides to strike Iran, I guess. I'm looking at the title of the video you're showing us. All I can see is Rubio singing Mariah Carey, "We Belong Together, Europe." Yeah, we belong together. Well, they see Australia as a migration competition. It's a lot nicer in the last few years living in Australia than Israel. Good on those Iranian protests. Okay, fair. I can see him trying to boss around Kash Patel in the bedroom. Are we all speculating here on what's going on with Rubio and Rubio's bottom? What is happening? Is this the thing, dilemmas? It's almost done.
For a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny.
We have to see this rubbish that comes up at the moment in the West. It's like, we are allowed to be proud of our history. Yeah, like everyone's allowed to be proud of their history. Calm the fuck down. Like, you don't have to talk about it like that. Like it's previously been shameful. That's the type of tribalistic stuff that is going to do a long-term damage to the world. When Westerners start to get really tribal again. Because then they start to... Whoa, that didn't work. Boo. Then they start to go around colonizing places. Trump said it's about regime change. I think it is a matter of when they strike, not if. Yeah, fair enough. And so, like, that's what the manufacturing consent line is on. Because, like, recently, like I said, over the last couple of days, and these Iranian protests have been going for weeks now, as long as people have been protesting in Iran. And all of a sudden, like, they're just showing how these people are protesting just in the last couple of days. Just so in the public consciousness, everyone's like, oh, yeah, there's an evil Iranian regime. And people are protesting. Look, there's thousands of people in my city protesting about this. Damn. Maybe it's time for some regime change. It's coming. So what are we watching? Today I'm watching Restore Britain, a national political party. And who's this? Is it this guy here? This dude is launching a party? Eh? Not going to be around for a long time. Please lead the way, Rupert. Best of luck from Germany. Is this what we're talking about here? This guy, this old dude here. We need somebody like Rubio. Eh? Dilemmas, is this what we're talking about? Dilemmas, where'd your comments go? There we go. Rupert Lowe, reform. So Rupert Lowe's is what? Who is Rupert Lowe's? And why do I care? Is he like fucking up the whole deal? Oh, this guy. It is him. Is he like challenging Farage or something like that? Or are they all friends? Indoctrination's in the house. How you going? I just find it interesting that after 2 years of Z's calling Palestinian protesters paid actors and professional protesters, all of a sudden with these Iran protests and Israeli flags all over it, no accusations, just sus. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's like, why are you guys hanging out together? I thought they kill you. I thought they systematically kill you guys. What's going on there? Thank you. Articulated much better than I could have. And Theodore Roosevelt rearmed the Puget Sound in early Feb and set out across the Pacific. Second aircraft carrier redirected from the Caribbean Sea to Iran. Apparently it's the biggest. It's the biggest. It's so hot. It's the hottest aircraft carrier we have right now. First I've heard of him. Yeah. He's the more right version of Farage. But like, it's same party. I guess we're going to find out. Let's just listen to this. I'll ask you questions later. Restore Britain. Britannia.
I have chosen to speak to you today from the farm because places like this represent what proper Britain is about. Hard work, responsibility, effort, duty, stewardship. This is the England I know, and this is the England that I love. On a farm, you don't think in election cycles or headlines or polling. You think in seasons, you think in generations, in what you leave behind to those who come after you. And that's why, here on the farm, I am now launching Restore Britain as a national political party. I'm now going to dedicate my life to finding, organising, funding, and providing hundreds of qualified candidates to present to the British people at the next general election. This process has already started. with invitations being issued to patriots in aligned political parties, Reform, the Conservatives, the SDP, Advance, and more. In local politics, we will work in partnership with localised political parties, such as Great Yarmouth First, that have the best interests of their residents at heart, combining our forces at the next general election. The men and women standing for Restore in that election will not be politicians. I promise you that.
They won't be
They will not be
politicians.
failed ministers. They will not be tainted by failures of the past. They will be from business, from the military, from science, from medicine, from education.
Good. Thank you, science. I don't know if I can watch 7 minutes of this, bro. What are we doing here? If they had an election tomorrow, Restore Britain would get 9% of the vote, and they only just announced. Where do you get your stats from? He's got a great voice, though, this guy. Could have been. What is this? What is the Restore Britain Party? And how does that relate to the Reform Party in the UK? Very brief response, please. There is no major registered UK political party called Restored Britain Party. The phrase is generally a slogan. You may be thinking of Reform UK, formerly the Brexit Party, led by Nigel Farage. Reform UK is messaging about restoring Britain. Restore Britain typically campaign. No, that's not true. He's launching a party. You are just not well versed enough, research assistant. Lame. Oh, it gets better. He goes full based. All right, fine, let's do it.
From industry, representing real communities up and down the country. Every single one will be from well outside the existing political establishment, and every single one will understand the difficult decisions that need to be taken. Because there are no easy fixes. I'm not going to tell you comforting lies about the condition of our country. I have only ever been honest with the British people, and I will be straight with you now.
So good.
What is necessary will be incredibly painful. But for the first time in a very long time, voters will have a genuine alternative which is truthful with them about the scale of what now has to be done.
What has to be done? Fuck it. This is some revolutionary and Leninistic shit. This is. You reckon? It's going to be painful. Revolutions always are. But I'll tell you what needs to be done. This is like One Nation UK edition. Very heavy nationalistic ideology. I wonder how long it would take to go to fascism with neoliberal tendencies. Maybe that's the point of neoliberalism, right? To wedge in and open up the world for a turn towards fascism. And there won't be any anti-fascists around to stop it this time, because Antifa is a domestic terrorist organization. Looks like Crusades are back on the menu, boys. The hilarious part is if the oligarchs just took a cut in their funds and stopped importing so many humans for a minute, then they'd be allowed to keep on going. But nope. Yeah, well, that's the tendency of free markets or capitalism, is they are self-defeating. They suffer to their own contradictions, their own internal contradictions. They can't stop themselves. I'll get my sword and shield, yeah, for the Crusades. Yeah, me too. I get really nervous when people talk like that. Whilst the rhetoric sounds revolutionary, it's usually a member of the bourgeoisie saying, for us to move forward, the poor need to get poor. Yeah, make some sacrifices. It ain't going to be easy. What's the thing from Shrek? Some of you may die. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Misery, you think the UK has potential to be a powerhouse, although not America, China, Russia, etc. Is that like a question? Or is it more of a statement? If I'm saying, do I think they have the potential to be a powerhouse? Like, can they be a powerhouse again? They could do better for themselves, definitely. Are they going to be like a superpower again, like they were? I don't think so. But like, I'm not really advocating for a world where you have superpowers. I would more advocate for a world that, like, you know, everybody actually has to play ball with each other, even if that's out of fear. But, like, you know, as long as they're playing ball and there's like actual competition, like healthy competition between nations, oh my god, nations, that keeps them honest.
The first priority is to control who comes to our country.
Right, here it comes.
And more importantly, who stays in our country.
Of course.
Restore Britain will not just stop mass immigration, we will reverse it. Every single illegal migrant will be securely detained and then deported. The message will be unrelenting. If you are in this country without our permission, you will be removed. For the foreseeable future, far more people must leave Britain than arrive. If a foreign national is unable to speak English, lives in social housing, claims benefits, refuses to work, fails to integrate, commits crime, or even actively hates our way of life and wishes to do us harm, then they must leave or be made to leave.
Like, when you say someone like hates our way of life, like, I was born in Australia and I'm very critical of Australia. Does that mean that I hate Australia or our Australian way of life, or I'm critical of it? Like, I always wonder where these people make the distinction between hating something and being critical of it. Or, like, if you don't support it holistically, then you must hate it. If you take up an antithetical position to it, you must hate it. Like, I wonder how they make that distinction. If somebody actually, they hate our way of life, right? Because they don't do the exact same. Like, not everyone has a farm and a tractor, bro. Like, what's your point? Oh, you must hate our way of life. He doesn't have the exact same stuff that I have. Doesn't have the exact same outlook that I do. Should have moved on migration before it got to this point. Reversing immigration technically means just deporting citizens, the ones that don't speak English, haven't integrated, and like hate us. And like, what's the measure of if somebody actually hates you or not? Like, they just disagree with you, I guess. It's fucking. America has ICE, UK will have T, the Territorial Enforcement Agency. Hate our way of life is so broad. I could argue that Pauline Hanson hates our way of life, but no one's going to support me deporting her. Yes. Well, good luck with that. The line is you just don't agree with them, really. Yeah, I guess. Mystery, would you do some Africa current events or cases? We need more continental attention. I guess. Yeah, we could do. If you have topics that you want to cover.
Restore Britain will make our communities safe again for women and children. That I promise you. If that means millions go, then millions go. We're constantly told that the economy needs vast swathes of low-skilled migrants. We know that's simply not true. What we need is to get millions of healthy Brits back into work. A radical overhaul of how welfare is delivered. Protecting those in genuine need, but not.
So here's the tropes here. Get rid of the fucking migrants. Hey, people that hate you. Make us safer again. Like, make life safer for our women and children. Hey, they're under attack. And fucking let's get rid of those welfare bludgers. Dole bludgers are the worst. Hey, let's get them back to work. I suggest forced labor camps. I'm just saying, work great for those commies. We should take a leaf out of their book.
Not funding.
It's a factor, but not a major one. Like, no. Yeah, the integration part I don't get. It's just numbers for me. Most of the people that immigrate aren't minors, actually have qualifications in their country. It's not actually cheap to escape country. I love this. Once you get rid of the migrants willing to do all the crappy jobs, you return to the native roots, and then you look at, like, I don't want to be a garbage collector. I don't want to be an Uber driver. But, like, this is the thing. So then you just get all those dirty bludgers on welfare, you round them up and you're like, we're cutting off your welfare payments. Somebody's got to fucking do the stuff that nobody else wants to do. So you, welfare bludger, you're up. You're up next. This is the dystopia unfolding in a very particular style. This is the Restore Britain style of dystopia. There's many styles of dystopia. I'm not saying this is the only path to it. But like, this is we get rid of all the migrants. Anyone that doesn't look like you, doesn't speak like you, and is deemed to hate what you stand for, they're gone. And by the millions if necessary. We'll make it safer for women and children. So we'll bring back good old family relations to make women and children safe again. They will stay in the confines of the house. And if you're on welfare, we're coming to get you. And we're gonna re-employ you systematically. You can go live in a poorhouse somewhere and you can do all the jobs that are necessary because we just took out millions of people from the population. This is some interesting stuff, man. Wow. Ethiopian civil war, ISIS overwhelming Mali, Nigeria, and the Sudanese civil war. Yeah, that's a big topic at the moment. I guess we could cover that. Yeah, the West does have social security problem. All of our systems have been corrupted. They don't recognize more the quals because they aren't Western unis, but most of these refugees had okay jobs to save up to get out. It's an interesting point. Yeah, because it isn't easy. You have to pay a bit to get out. So if they could just do bridging courses, that'd be the main thing, right? That'd be the main thing. Rogue, the African stuff got censored. Yeah, I can't see any comments of yours, Rogue. You might have to... are you in Discord? You might have to put stuff in Discord if you're getting... if you're getting censored. I see this every day. It's white entitlement. Where a new graduate will enter the workforce, they're surrounded by ethnic workers, and because of their heritage, they feel like they should be fast-tracked to management. In Australia, on average, no one remains on unemployment for longer than 6 months. I would love to see what the British statistic is in relation to this.
Healthy shirkers to live off the back of hard-working men and women. If you can work, you must work. It really is that simple. Restore Britain will be abundantly clear. If you consistently refuse work, then you will lose your benefits. We will punish indolence, and more importantly, we will reward success. We will provide vast economic incentives for men and women to start businesses, generate opportunities, build wealth, and create self-sufficient families. Standing here today on the farm, I know exactly what it means to deal with energy bills, labour shortages, regulation, unproductive paperwork, planning restrictions, tax, and endless uncertainty. The state has definitively become the enemy of the people. Restore Britain will burn away suffocating taxes.
Yeah, it does sound like a shipyard in the sense that it's just rhetoric. Like, what is this guy talking about? Honestly. I'm going to make sure businesses succeed. How are you going to do that? Are you going to cut the red tape around government bureaucracy? How are you going to do that? Good luck, man. This is like revolutionary shit we're talking about here. Not just whacking a party on top of the existing system. We're talking about like changing everything, man. Everything.
On work and enterprise. We will slash unnecessary regulation. We will dismantle bloated quangos and the overbearing HR culture. We must crush parasitic Britain. We will restore long-term, stable, logical policy so that businesses can plan and invest and grow again. But Restore Britain is about much more than numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about who we are as a nation and who we are as a people. Britain is not just an economy. Britain is not just an idea. Britain is not just a passport. Britain is a nation. Britain is a people, our people. And Restore Britain will never allow that to be erased. We will celebrate our Christian heritage and the identity that built and shaped this country. Responsibility, restraint, forgiveness, duty, and fairness. In short, a high trust
Not sure why
society.
he put the forgiveness one in there. I haven't heard a lot of forgiving coming out of the statement so far. Also get rid of HR and OH&S. Yeah. KK Online, how you going? All slippery slope guys love this shit. They pretend anything against them is a slippery slope, but seem to ignore how easily this is a slippery slope to fascism. Guys like this get into power, and the first thing they do is pass legislation on who uses what bathroom. Never any economic health or policy. Listen, I'm no ally to HR, but I'm not campaigning on this politically either. Get some footage of me poking the creek. The peasants will love it. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck was he doing? Like, I thought he was gonna take that stick or whatever was in there out. He's just like, yeah, you like that? It's so good. Getting rid of OH&S. What, you want more apprentices to die on jobs again? On the job again? Yeah, I know. What's going on here? I'm not sure what he's talking about exactly. In short, high trust society. And we'll build a high trust society by tearing people away from their homes and deporting them. Tearing people off the social safety net and forcing them into labor camps. And then tearing away anyone that says that they don't like what we're doing. Sorry, that doesn't like Britain for some reason. That's how we'll build in short, a high trust society.
Duty and fairness. In short, a high trust society. That will mean defending our culture. That will mean resisting the relentless creep of radical Islam. That will mean banning the burqa, outlawing Sharia law, blocking.
So many of the tropes. He's hit them all. He's even said radical Islam. Like, he could have just left it there. Eh? Blocking cousin marriages. Like, this is great. Like, this guy, man on the farm over here from, little village, is a bit concerned when cousins get a little bit handsy with one another. They might do the wrong thing and knock each other up. Like, come on. That must be part of the history here of the type of Britain that he's looking to protect. It's a little bit pot calling the kettle black over here, worrying about cousins intermarrying when you're from a little town like this guy. Good one. I'm not buying it.
Cousin marriages and reimposing our Christian-based rule of law. A Restore Britain government would legislate to ensure that no halal or kosher slaughter on British soil. This is Britain, and we will do things our way. This political party now exists for one reason: to restore Britain. To make it a better,
that's what the name
safer, and more prosperous place for British men and women to raise their families. It will be difficult, and it will be painful. But I assure you, it is possible. I hope you will consider joining me on this journey and becoming a member of our party. It is our country. It is now our collective responsibility to act. Together, we will restore Britain. Thank you.
Will he have you though? Like, are you allowed to join the party, or do you have to be like, you have to like look like him and like come from the farm or something like that? Are you able to join? What if they think that you hate Britain for some reason? Is anyone allowed to join? How are they going to do this? They love that coal. We nickname him Black Lung. IQ rates from countries with high numbers of cousins snagging. Don't lie, LOL. I love this. It's the halal certification that's to blame for all of Britain's problems. This man is fighting imaginary battles with invisible enemies. Is he though? Is he? Yeah, it's not abstract. Remember that. Nobody dies for abstractions. Must be real. Nobody accepts the Inquisition. Classic. The last time I remember widespread Christian rule of law was the Dark Ages / the Inquisition. And best part of 2025 by far. Plenty of countries rule with their religious doctrines. You don't qualify. You're a little bit too tan for their palate. Yeah, but like, you know what I mean? Like he's saying, like, everybody come to the party. Like, well, like, can everyone come to the party though? Like, can you? Like, what if you don't fit the bill? What are they going to do? Reject you? Sorry, you're not allowed to come to the party. Like, if I love chicken tikka masala, so you can't accuse me of not loving Britain. Yeah, and I love butter chicken. So you can't say that I don't love Britain either. Yeah, with doctrines, sure. But apart from the Vatican, we haven't had Christian rule of law in most of the world for a long time. Why is it okay for Christians, but not for Muslims? It's funny that like we have to have a talk about this, but like, it's funny, like Westerners now seem to think that like having some type of theocracy is a good idea, but it was Westerners who actually set up modern societies in a way to separate the church and the state, because they understood that in order to have a modern and industrial society, you needed to rely on, and this is the theory of the Enlightenment, on rational thinking, reason, and and science, as opposed to just, I don't know, whatever you interpret God's will to be at any given time. Like, you need to actually have a foundation of rationality in order to be able to modernize. Now we have modernized. I guess we're just regressing into points of religious law. Like, hey, they get to be religious. Why did I get to be religious? And like, that type of religion is more associated with being Western. So like, let's go back to that one over there. Like, in order to develop a sense of modernity, we had to let go of certain doctrines, certain ideologies that were constraining. They were constraining. And for the longest time, they've been you separate. Like, you're allowed to practice your religion, but like, does that come into interfering with the organization of society, like politics and the economy? And it was a Western idea. It was a product of Western Enlightenment thinking, which was rejecting the control of religion over statecraft. It's an important separation. It's a very important separation. So like, to be Western is not actually to be like, oh, we better reintegrate Christianity into statecraft somehow, because, the Muslims have got their own states. So like, why don't we have one? And it's like, well, no. Like, you spend a lot of time becoming secular and producing the stuff that you love. Like, why are you going back on it just because you're in competition with someone? Like, you think you're competing with Muslims or something like that, or you're competing with Israel or something like that. It's a weird line of argumentation, I find. That one, like, oh, well, other people have got theocracies. I want my Christian theocracy back. I don't know if we should go back. We should regress. Exactly. It's strange times, man. Strange times. I don't support the Taliban running Afghanistan either. Restore Britain. We restore our cousins loving laws again. Yeah. Yeah, the French still take the cake for leading on secularism. Yes. Yes, they do. And they're pretty hardcore with it as well. They're very hardcore with it. Theocracies are the most unpopular form of governments. Just ask Iran, Now the rest of the West is going back to God. Now the rest of the West are going back to God. Yeah, well, it would seem this is what people are calling for. It's true, you don't understand. You are a tiny heathen. Checkmate. Yeah, fine, fair enough. As I am a bit of a heathen. Burn him. Yeah, theocracy is not a good idea. It's like tyranny and autocracy is stagnant. And in case of theocracy, it runs. Man, it's run by a hereditary sect. People say free Tibet, but you should actually look at what even Buddhism does when it's allowed control. That's very interesting. The life of the Tibetan 1910s was some of the harshest lives on the planet Earth. Yeah, peasant existence, gave all of their stuff to the clergy, to monks, right? There was a fucking feudal system, as hardcore as you could get it. And like the Chinese came along, the evil Chinese came along, liberated the serfs, or the peasant class, gave them education and healthcare. No, but we have to restore the monk theocracy that was ruling Tibet. Because why? Because that's what the CIA wanted. Evil Chinese bringing in education and healthcare. Captain Bucket back for some more punishment. How you going? Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you're well. I feel it comes from inherent ethical approach to problems. Secularism has gone too far with consequentialism, and all the theocratic deontologists can't abide the ends justify the means utilitarianism. Christians would argue moving away from the church was regressive. No, I don't know how they could argue that. Unless you're saying that there was a time of secularism that predated Christianity and Western civilization was involved in it somehow. Not regressive. Because they would have had to regress to a time where Christian, like in Western culture, where I guess Christianity or some type of theocracy wasn't in control. Like there was actually a secularization moment that predated Christian influence, or Christian religious influence over statecraft. I think, prior to that, there was always religious involvement in statecraft. So I don't know if you could argue it was regressive. What you could argue is like whether or not it was appropriate, whether it should have been done in the first place, separating church and state. But I don't know if it could be regressive. Not my understanding of history anyway. Hence the rebound. It's that this capitalist system has stripped all forms of community from us, that people are clinging to the last form of non-profit driven community they can find, religion. It's interesting, isn't it? And like you look at like, I know what you're saying, but isn't it funny though that knowing that the type of churches and stuff that people are clinging to, or religion that people are finding, are like, like mega churches and like evangelical stuff, and like, which is like very profitable ways of practicing religion. Like it's like their businesses almost. But like I know what you mean though. Like people are turning to religion because their lives are meaningless in a hyper consumeristic society, and like in the face of the emptiness of this material culture, centralized culture, they turn now to religion because they think it'll fill the void somehow and give them back some connection to community. Yeah. Who would have thought, the emptiness of the market? It didn't give us what we were looking for? Who would have thought? Trains and apartments. The CIA. I knew it was them, even when I didn't know it was them. Slow down, egghead. Yeah, sorry, that was an absolute mouthful. My bad. That was a mouthful. There was a few isms in that. Appreciated it. That was good. There was a period plenty of Christians agreed church and state should be separate. there was a period, like, are you talking about like in ancient history, like when it first started up, or are we talking about like more modern times? A little bit caught up in theocracy and philosophy sometimes. I get a little bit caught up. I'm a weird agnostic. Theocracy is the least able to change. It's the worst form of government for our times. But I have to take a kid to the doctors. I'll be stayed too long already. I say to her, oh, you're off? See ya, if you're off. Spandog Jordan, the worst part is a reread. I reread it 3 times, trying to cut down, but I kind of needed the specificity. Mr. E, you do not understand. They have cool robes and decor, so checkmate, noob. Yeah, fair enough. They do have cool hats too. Yeah, and make sure you screw up the spelling. Interesting. Well, look, I don't know, man. I don't know about this stuff. But, like, he's hit all the right points, right? He's like, I'll make your women and children feel safer. I'll get rid of the migrants. I'll get rid of those welfare bludgers, too. They're the worst. Like, because once you get rid of the migrants, who else are you going to go after? You got to go after those migrants. Sorry, the welfare bludgers. And I'll force them to go to work. Eh? And, like, I'll do something about radical Islam. You know, we're all thinking it. Nobody's saying it. I'll be the guy. I'll be the guy. I'll say radical Islam if no one else will say it. All right. I want to get one more take on this Munich Security Conference. That isn't just Marco Rubio talking to Europeans like he's in an abusive relationship with them and he's the abuser.
The US Secretary of State has told the Munich Security Conference that America is seeking to revitalize its alliance with European countries. Marco Rubio said the US would always be a child of Europe and insisted that his country wanted to preserve that relationship rather than end it. He was present on Friday when the leaders of Germany and France warned of frictions in the transatlantic alliance. Mr. Rubio also used his address on Saturday to criticise what he called mass migration, saying it had cost Western countries dearly. Let's go there live now. These are live pictures from the press conference where in a moment we are expecting to hear from Sir Keir Starmer and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. We will bring that as soon as that happens. We're listening to the Chinese...
What are we restoring Britain to? Inbred monarchies, imperialists, prima noctas? That's fucking hilarious. Yes, let's go with the last one. No, prima noctis. That's what they want to bring back. That's what that guy from Restore Britain's going to do. He's going to seek his rights. His rights for newlyweds, over newlyweds. Hey, I get first go. Hey, let's restore Britain, baby. All right. It's an interesting one. You might have to go back and watch the whole thing if you missed it, Captain Bucket. But this guy is like somehow challenging Reform UK. I don't know how exactly, but yeah, he's bringing Britain back to the basics. Hey. Probably English be like, I won the kingdom. Remember those days? Weren't they better those days? Hey? When the Lord would just come in to your town on your wedding day and ride away with your wife. Hey? Those were the good old days. Hey? That's what we got to get back. I'm pretty sure the EU looks at Britain like it's Florida of Europe. Interesting take there. No comment.
Foreign Minister there at the moment. But let's go straight to my colleague Kasia Madeira, who is in Munich for us. And Kasia, a really interesting speech from Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State. Nobody quite knew what to expect after last year, but the tone incredibly different this year.
Yeah, really conciliatory, very, very different to what was expected last year. You've got to say that actually the Europeans were bracing themselves. We heard from the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz yesterday, really talking about Europe needing to start acting up, about securing and guaranteeing its security. They were already saying that actually Europeans will have to sacrifice, will have to have a sacrifice because they need to bolster their security. So they were already braced for something from Marco Rubio. But what we heard today was very, very conciliatory. He was very offering that olive branch to the Europeans, reminding Europe of the shared history of the United States and Europe. So a really different tone. But if you read between the lines...
Are you listening to these people? Like, doesn't it make you sick? Like what was it, like 2 weeks ago? We were listening to Europe descend into chaos. Okay, maybe a month ago. Let's say a month ago. I'll be fair. Descend into chaos because they were scared that America was going to take Greenland. And like it was all bets are off with the Americans. We're going to hunker down. And they're like talking about like all these European leaders going over to do trade deals with China. They like trade, I don't know, electric vehicles or some shit like that. And they were like, oh, the American relationship is over. And now they're just like, oh my God, he came with an olive branch. Oh my God, it's so lucky that Marco Rubio has done this. Everything's fine. We're all back to normal. Now we can all get back to, you know, unifying and spending money on military technology so we can fight off the Russians, an artificial enemy that's been created by the US anyway. We're getting along with the Russians just fine about 15 years ago before someone intervened and fucked shit up. And now we're all scared of them and we're fighting against them. And so we need to run back to the US now after calling them out over Greenland. Now we're going to run back and play happy families with them again. Like, it's so bipolar, this stuff. Like, once you start following all of these storylines for long enough, like... it's just swinging, the pendulum swinging fucking all over the place on this one. And like, you know, when you look at someone like the New Atlas, Brian from the New Atlas, and he talks about continuity of agenda all the time and like how it's just like all this bullshit about EU's going to break away from the US. He's like, they're not. They're not. They're going to be friends. They'll be friends forever. They do each other's bidding. Don't worry about it. Europe and the US and NATO are fine. Nothing's going to happen there. Just a month ago, everyone was speculating that NATO is over. And here we are. They're all hugging and making up. Just like that. The European Union looks like, damn, we don't want America to occupy Greenland. And they themselves say, let's put the President of the European Union in the spotlight to receive all the criticism. Razor, how you going? It's been a while. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. Read my hot take on Greenland. Hot take and bold statements. All right, let's have a look here. I wonder if I read this already, actually. Here's my hot take. If America tried to... yeah, I laughed at it, I think, actually. Let's read this one out loud for the crew. Here's my hot take. If America actually tried to annex Greenland... and conflict arose against Europe and or NATO, it would be the first time the US Army has fought a proper army since World War II. The cannon fodder that is the US Army has only ever fought against villagers with AK-47s, and it still lasts. So good. All I could think about was like Vietnam or something like that when you wrote that. It's pretty good. Yeah, they the last time they fought in a proper war, I guess you would say, or like a relative war, World War II. And since then, they've just like gone around the world for their own strategic interests. And they've got fucking foiled by villagers, basically, wherever they've been. Don't listen to his words. Read between the lines instead. I choose to take that he's self-hating brown man who is a puppet of the bloated, rotten orange. Who are you talking about? This must be a separate conversation. I'm waiting for William to take over now to see if I really want a republic. Maybe William is a Restore Britain fan. Restore. To yearn for the days of not actually having a pot to piss in. Mr. E, how are you about the UK monarchy as for now? And a successor? Eh? LOL, I'm picturing Iraq. Or Afghanistan, I guess. Like, what do you mean, like, about the UK monarchy as of now? And successor? Like who should be the next king or queen? Is that what you mean? I don't think they should have a king and queen at all. I think it's a horrible waste of resources. They have ever soloed. They always seem to work in pugs. The European Union is a union, but in reality it's a fictitious union. Yes, there are advantages for EU member states, but they actually don't care. They did that in Ukraine and said they wouldn't allow Russia to occupy it. Yet they didn't send a single soldier there to defend it. Yeah. And like they're just talking about ramping up their military spending. And like they let America do all of the negotiations for them in Ukraine. Like, why are the Americans even there? You have to read between the lines on that one. Whose war is it really? I found this analysis very poignant and thorough. End of Canada, America's ruthless new map after Greenland. American expansionism. That's a good one. Might have to look at that, actually. When we get back onto the American tour. The American final tour. Dilemmas. Optimists study English. Pessimists study Chinese. And realists learn how to use a Kalashnikov. Russian proverb. I'm sure it is. They already pay America to defend them. What do you think? So do you think they will defend Greenland? No, I don't. I don't think they will. I don't think so.
Actually, the messaging is consistent with what we've been hearing from the Trump administration all along. He was pretty straight when it comes to migration. He was very straight when it comes to border control. He said it was important, it was critical to sovereignty. He said it wasn't xenophobic, but it was important to the sovereignty of a nation state. And when it comes to the EU, of course, we know that you can travel without borders here. Once you're within the EU, that's going to jar somewhat with the whole ethos of the European Union. Now, we're going to expect Sir Keir Starmer to be up next. He's not making a keynote speech. And when it comes to things like these kind of huge conferences, the Munich Security Conference, one of the oldest, certainly the biggest, with some of the largest number of world leaders coming, symbolism is...
Whose troops? Whose troops? Are we talking about Ukrainian troops that are defecting? Or deserting, sorry.
Everything. So we're going to see Sir Keir Starmer up on stage with Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission. And that sends that image that when it comes to the UK, the European Union, they are together. Contrast that with Marco Rubio on his own on the stage. However, like we were saying, this tone of the speech from Marco Rubio, totally different to what we heard from JD Vance last year. Completely different. It was silent in the conference hall last year after the Vice President of the United States gave his speech. Today we heard even some laughs, a round of applause, much more conciliatory, a totally different mood.
It's such nonsense, seriously. These people were just at each other's throats. Now they're all making up again. Nothing changes, man. They're still doing business. No one's moved any closer to China. They're still under America's orbit. The US is figuring out what's going on with the Ukraine, with Russia personally. They're all just sitting on the sidelines and they were told last year to spend more money on their defense, and so they're spending more money. The Europeans are completely controlled by the US. And so like they've talked a big game so far, it would seem, at this Munich Security Conference. They're just saying that, the world's pretty unstable at the moment. We might have to double down and look to ourselves because America can't be trusted. Look at what they've done recently. Marco Rubio comes in with some nice words and everyone's fucking gushing. Everyone's gushing. The pennies are dropping. The Europeans are are opening up to receive some Americana, some Rubio style Americana. War never changes. They really think they are people defending their homelands. Well, there is no official European soldier in the army. Most European countries rely on American soldiers for their protection. They have the strongest weapons and the highest technologies, but they depend on America. Yeah, well, conscription coming. You know, watch this space. Watch this space. We will find out. Last year was Vance's stick. This year it's Rubio's carrot, but the message is the same. Europe must face a new reality. You literally threatened a NATO country last week. Yeah, I know. Like, fucking, how did they forget this so quickly? What are they manufacturing consent for? They're running back after realizing they don't want a Europe-China alliance. No, I don't know if it's even that. Aussie welder in the house. No way. How you been? Hope you're well. The French told us all for decades the Americans will shaft you and cannot be trusted. And they were right. Yeah, it would seem like if you look at like the history after World War II, it was like Charles de Gaulle, really. That like when America was coming through helping restore Europe, it was really kind of the French that were... No. We'll do it on our own terms. Thank you very much. You want to give us the money and help us restore? That's fine. You want to lead the world order and recreate the world in your image? That's fine. Do whatever you want. You have the resources, but we'll look after ourselves. Thank you very much. You cannot tell us how to run our country. The French, kind of told them to shove it at that point. Ukraine put itself in that situation, my brother. Relying on America or Europe for protection won't solve your problem. Either you make an agreement with Russia or you'll be robbed by European and American countries. Well, like, you know, you're not wrong. Like, the Ukraine shouldn't be relying on anyone. It should be doing its own its own negotiating. It's kind of weird how the only way that the Ukraine can negotiate is if Trump does it on their behalf or something like that, or Steve Witkoff or someone like of that nature. It is very suspicious. Very suspicious. Snowy the Cat 07, my first post eaten. Dun dun dun. Snowy the Cat. Well, look, if you're saying controversial stuff and the YouTube algorithm eats you, then you're going to have to be careful what you say or how you say it. You might have to break it up over comments. That's what other people do to get around it. Not just threaten a NATO country, but the president insulted all of NATO. Yeah. Just look at the history after the Revolutionary War. America needed the French to beat Britain just for the Yanks to chase the French into Canada. Make an agreement with your enemies. Don't ask for help. Yeah, but like, what are you going to do? Like, what help are they really getting? Like, the CIA pretty much runs... yeah, I can say that. The CIA kind of runs what the Ukraine are doing. It's not really help. They're just being completely controlled by the US. So it's not that wild if you think that the Ukraine isn't really... has any real self-determination at all. It's just a territory that's being used, basically. No, don't just give up, but like negotiate on your own terms. You're gonna have to negotiate with Russia directly, and not let America control what the Ukraine does, because Ukraine's just being churned up and spat out, being put through the meat grinder. There's not going to be a Ukraine left, and the Americans will just turn to the next country and then feed them through the meat grinder. AU should ally with China. Snowy the Cat with that fucking controversial take. Bro, whoever you are, Snowy the Cat, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Could you imagine restructuring our entire strategic relationship on the world stage and decoupling with the US? Like, it's not like we don't do trade with China and our economy is pretty dependent on them. That would be sick. I'd be down with that. No way people would buy that, though. There's way too much manufacturing consent on the whole China fear stuff. I don't think that people would be ready for that. Snowy the cat. You're way too far ahead of your time with questions, with statements like that. Way too far ahead of your time. Hans in the house. Ukraine made the first mistake all news make. They trusted the American government. So good. Spoken like a true libertarian. So good. So good. Hey, see, you trusted the American government. Shouldn't have done that. Damn right. So they already lost. Without the French, the US would still have the Union Jack on its flag, and the Yanks shit on the French at every chance. And yes, and now you know why, because the French have had the gall to stick it up to them. Not saying it's going well, or that they got that help, but saying you should never try because you could see the future, or it's so predictable what's going to happen. Little wild. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what I've said to spark this response. Exactly. Remind me what I've said. But like, the Ukraine is a self-determining nation, I would say. It's a sovereign nation. It should figure out its own diplomacy. And it should be able to do that without the US there. Like, that's basically my point. Unless I said something else. They should completely control their own negotiation process and not have to rely on the US to do their negotiating for them. Unless something else is really going on there, and they're not a sovereign nation. They're completely controlled as a vassal state or a puppet state for US interests. Then you really know what's going on. Okay? Yeah, that's definitely fair. It did not go well asking for help, but saying they shouldn't have tried it all is, like, shouldn't have asked for help off like the US or the Europeans, because like the Europeans haven't helped them at all. And like the US, like every time they beg for stuff, the US is like, yeah, I'll get back to you, Barry, while more people die. Like, remember the saga with the Tomahawk missiles last year? And they were like, give us Tomahawk missiles so we can defend ourselves. And the US was like, nah, don't worry about it. So like, all I'm saying is the help is completely controlled by the whims of some other nation. Like, is that really assistance, or are you just being kind of controlled remotely, if you know what I mean? If you know what I mean. Are you sovereign if you don't have nukes? Good question. No. That's a fucking great point. And I say, plug for the new peeps. If you're new here, make sure you hit the subscribe button on YouTube, follow on Twitch. And if you are watching this on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button yet, shame on you. In the first instance, and hit the like button. Do it right now. Even if you're lurking, stop whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't care if you're at work. All right. Look, I control you now. Hit the like button. And if you're interested, come and join us on Discord. This is where we drop propaganda and we get to say things that we can't, or we get censored for on YouTube and potentially Twitch. Here's the link to Discord, so you can go into the censored comments there and put your stuff down. Just sad it went so sideways. You should be able to rely on your allies, really? Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't that? I guess it just shows that something else is going on. Watch out, libertarianism is on the rise. It's going to suck having all these rights and the government. Oh man, the comment section's moving too fast for me to read. All these rights and the government not stealing my money through threat of force. Issue is we have only half-heartedly supported them, and Trump has been a clown. What? Trump a clown? What? When? Yeah, the US and the EU have made massive failures. The help they asked for basically never came. Some allies, eh? Sounds like they need to have a little bit of their own self-determination, figure out their own course of action. Not that that is ever going to happen, But like, you know, sounds like they need a bit of it. It's mentioned in this video that now, more than ever, is it clear that help from the US is conditional? Yeah, conditional on them. Like, as the new Atlas says, Avalava, if you've been keeping up with Brian, he's like, it's conditional on the fact that they want to freeze the conflict, not peace. They want peace. They want to freeze the conflict because the Russians are advancing. So the US wants to freeze the conflict a little bit. And they don't care what territorial concessions Zelensky has to make. Fuck Zelensky, dumbass. He's a puppet anyway. And so if Zelensky doesn't want to give up territorial concessions, then we won't play ball with Zelensky. Eh? And now they're going to allow some elections to happen. So they just pick somebody else that will do exactly what the United States wants, give up some territorial concessions so they can freeze the conflict and then rearm to start it up again. Eh? That's the theory according to New Atlas anyway. I think that's highly convincing. Highly convincing. Trump-Zelensky interview really exposed how USA tried to exploit Ukraine as a bargaining chip against Russia. So retrospectively, yeah, we can say asking for help didn't go well, but saying that they should have had the foresight is a little much, in my opinion. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Ukraine, do you like our Bushmasters though? Razor, yes. If you don't have any guarantees, how can you negotiate? Do you think the major powers will care about the smaller countries? If they oppose them, they will put them in a difficult situation where they either agree or get attacked. Did you see Ukraine show NATO how unprepared they are for drone warfare in the latest exercises in Estonia? Yes, they've like, if you're talking about like the latest incursions that happened in Estonia, unless there's something else that you're talking about there. Same like Ukraine and America. Not too reliant though. Sup, people? Just here to watch a trash fire in the house. There you go. Did he really play the piano with his dick, or was that a TV trick? LOL. I still can't get over Zelensky. Was the star of a TV show about being president before they made him president? Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Eh? Such a seasoned and professional politician. Eh? Oh, wow. He's an actor. Looks like he's fit for the job. Eh? We just need an actor in there. It's just a theory, geopol theory. Thanks for watching. Trump's just a fuel, Zelensky the man. And I want to know who wrote the line, I don't need a lift, I need bullets. That was a baller action hero line. Piano was real and very funny. Zelensky is a man of many talents and many lines, serving other people an excellent show. Zelensky must be rocking a hog and a half. Isn't that what The Apprentice was about too? Captain Bucket, what's this? Empire of Australia. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I like how New Zealand's in there. I can get down with that. Indonesia, though? That's a big call. You reckon? Yeah. Interesting. We've got a security agreement. Why not? Then half the plot lines in the show started playing out. But, you know, definitely not a puppet. That's why I tell you that Ukraine will suffer not only from the war, but also from the allies who abandoned them. Europe did not send soldiers to help them, and the US is pressuring them to sign away Ukraine's wealth. The situation is worse than dying in a war because you are effectively selling your country. A tale as old as Rome, bread and circuses. No, they did some exercise in Estonia and Ukraine, sent a drone crew of 8, and they wiped out the entire NATO forces and equipment in 8 hours? Really? When was that? Oh yeah, we rule the South Pacific. Interesting coming from you, General. Now you got to watch out for the General here. Oh yeah, we've had our eye on the islands for a long time. As a Dutchman, I don't want the US to have anything to do with us. Yeah, well, you're in the wrong century, brother. You're in the wrong century. Forget it, little Marco. That ship has sailed. I don't think so, brother. What show are you watching? Sorry, I saw the video title and burst out laughing. What a joke. We belong together. Yeah, people from the BBC audience don't like little Marco Rubio. Hey, we want them officially too. Unofficial is nice. But we want it. Interesting. All right, we're going to have a quick break. And then we're going to be back with some more. So don't go anywhere. We've still got to catch up on some other stuff to do with this topic. I think somebody brought it up already. The Russian opposition leader who got poisoned. There's some details on that. And we're going to look into some other things as well. North Korea. Catch up with what's happening in North Korea. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right. What are we looking at here? There's theories on Trump going on here in the comment section. Who will replace Trump? Talk now is his son. That's interesting. Given the thing that we watched last week with predictive history, talking about Donald Trump Jr. being the president, so Trump can sit in as vice president forever until he dies, I guess. R.I.P. Alexei Navalny. Navalny? I don't know how to pronounce his name properly. Trump be like, I've known him for a long time. A good pal, Donald Jr. Barron will be one day for sure. Yeah, sure. You might want to look into those exercises. I'm not sure what we are doing. We're not sure what they are going to do, but there will be some Donny-gery in the midterms. Oh, well, there's some theories on that in this stream. Some people believe, I think one of the front-running theories is, oh, there'll be midterms. But there won't be legitimate elections. There won't be, what is it, true and fair elections. They're going to be completely doctored somehow. Let's have a look at this story about Alexei, the Russian opposition leader. He was killed in the UK as well, wasn't he? And didn't they think it was like uranium poisoning or something at some point like that, and something radioactive that was killing him? Now it's a frog toxin. Tegard, hello. What have we covered so far? We've basically covered the situation with the Munich Security Conference. We stayed on that for a little while. We got sidetracked here, there, and everywhere. And then originally we covered AUKUS. We spent a long time on those two subjects, actually, longer than I thought. But yeah, welcome, Tegard. AUKUS is an absolute shit show, by the way. Can I just add? Like, no one knows what's coming or going. We're getting some subs from the UK and from the US as part of the one phase of the deal, and now we're spending like $30 billion constructing a sub making facility, let's say. So a sub factory in Osborne in South Australia, and it's not even going to be operational for like 20 years. And we're spending $30 billion on it. Let's do some other infrastructure in the meantime. You know? I don't think we're going to get these subs. No, we're not going to get the subs. And then, like, in order for us to produce subs of our own, the SSN AUKUS sub, we're waiting for England or the UK to design and make the first one. Then we'll copy that design. And that might not happen for 10 years. And then so it's going to be 20 years by the time we have anything under construction of our own. So, like, yeah, cynical. Like, it is fucking mental, man. Poisoned twice, second time killed him, and sentenced 19 years prison between. Yes, as a person, he got shafted. He was a good person. Not really. He still supported the Ukraine war. Interesting. We are so shit. Yeah, I know, right? What a feeling that we have as Australians. Like, we're lucky, yeah, but we're so shit. Like, that's it. Like, it's just like, oh, we need subs. Oh, okay. Is 20 years okay? Yeah, I guess. We'll take it. Would you like $20 billion in the meantime? Yeah, okay, here you go. Like, we suck. Yeah, not a great guy. All right, let's learn about him before everyone gets all judgmental.
The Russian dissident Alexei Navalny was poisoned with a lethal toxin while being held in a penal colony 2 years ago, according to several European nations. In a joint statement, the governments of the UK, France, the Netherlands, Germany and Sweden said they had analysed samples from Mr Navalny following his death and found traces of a toxin found in poisoned dart frogs from South America. They said this and a Novichok attack in 2018 underlined the need to hold Russia accountable for its repeated violations of the Chemical Weapons Convention and, in this instance, the Biological and Toxins Weapons Convention. Our permanent representatives to the Organisation for the Prohibition of Chemical...
Because no other state would send out agents all around the world killing people or unaliving people under suspicious circumstances. No other state would even do that to their own domestic population. No, just the evil Russians, right? We don't have countless examples of when particular deep state agencies from the West do that, the Anglosphere do that. No, but when the Russians do it, hey, that's evil. Hey, they are violating international law, the rules-based order. Hey? No. It's not acceptable when they do it. No, definitely not. And look at that. They did it to their own opposition leader. Look at that. It's a dictatorship. Hey? They won't even let an opposition party exist. They take him out. Everybody think about how evil Russia is. Now you've got that in your mindset. This is the narrative here. The narrative isn't like, oh, poor dude who's just died from Russia, from a toxin that is used or found from the Amazon. Hey, poor dude, what a wonderful guy he was. It's like Russia evil. Russia-evil. Now, like, the whole situation should just be about this guy who has died, but it's just another opportunity to paint this picture. See, like, look at the headlines. It's European nations say Russia killed this person. Russia did it. Like, the whole nation state of Russia were just like, hey, anyone got any of those Amazon frogs? I do. Oh, okay, sweet. Can we borrow it? We just got to take out the opposition leader. And everyone was in on it. The entire Russian nation as one conglomerate was in on this one. Not some deep state agency like we have all over the world who is capable of this stuff. No. It was Russian. It was all of Russia that was in on this. Now, think about this when you listen to this story. Why is this coming up? At the moment, we've just been talking about Ukraine. We've just been talking about, you know, that precarious position that the Ukrainians are in at the moment, being used as part of the American meat grinder to slow down or to drain resources from Russia, let's say, and to, like, you know, make life hard for the Russians. They're just a puppet in that game. These poor people that should have their own self-determination, as what I was arguing before. They should negotiate on their own terms. They should do what's in their best interests and not be played around with the US. And then all of a sudden, this story pops up. Oh, well, we finally found out what it is. The whole of Russia has been conspiring to kill people with toxins found on frogs that come from the Amazon. Ooh, scary Russia. And so the manufacturing consent machine goes into overdrive. You have the Munich Security Council going on, and Marco Rubio's there with his olive branch out, part of his abusive relationship with the Europeans, telling them that he really loved them the whole time and he didn't mean to hurt them. And oh, by the way, we figured out how evil the Russians are. Just remember that, Europeans, when you're listening to the stories about how wonderful Marco Rubio is and how evil the Russians are for using toxins found on frogs from the Amazon. And so the manufacturing consent moves into fucking overdrive as the Europeans are just like, but wait, didn't we hate the Americans about something? Yeah, something like, I want to say Greenland or something like that. No, I guess Rubio's smoothed that over. But those Russians, hey? And those frogs. Just remember that. The manufacturing machine is in fucking overdrive on this one. Government and people are two separate things? Well, no, apparently not. Russia, the entirety of Russia is coming in here. All about farming that hate. I smell a war coming. Watch that conscription space. But it's what it's about is, like making Europeans comfortable with this one. Well, they did use frogs. I guess I can be comfortable with conscription now. Captain Bucket. Maybe it was some organization or intelligence agency that likes to coup countries. They're the frogs. They're turning the freaking Ruskies gay. No way. Forget Greenland. Remember how bad Russia is because of communism? Yeah, nothing ever happens. That's right. Communist frogs, actually. Poisonous communist frogs. Although, will Russia do it more than their own population and more indiscriminately against just political opponents? But the satirical sarcasm made me smile. Yeah, but like there's lots of places around the world that the Americans are very happy to do business with, Spendong, that like will actually exile or kill their opposition or destroy their opposition. And the Americans are very happy to do business with them, because they're easily bought and sold. But the Russians, they do it and they can't be controlled by the Americans. Oh, they gotta go. They definitely gotta go. It's just the double standard. That's the thing, bro. That's the thing. It's the fucking double standard.
Weapons have written today to the Director General to inform him of this Russian breach of the Chemical Weapons Convention. We are further concerned that Russia did not destroy all of its chemical weapons. We and our partners will make use of all policy levers at our disposal to continue to hold Russia to account. Well, we're joined now by our
so good.
World
So matter of
Affairs
fact as well. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm not saying the USA aren't hypocrites. Oh, I'm not saying that.
Correspondent Joe Inwood. Joe, how have they worked this out?
So it seems that after the death of Alexei Navalny a couple of years ago, somehow they've got samples from his body.
Somehow.
Don't know
this
the details.
happened years ago and the story is surfacing now. Oh, wow. Wow. Thank God for the media, and their expertise on this one. Thank God they fast-tracked this story so we could find out the truth. I didn't bank that truth for a convenient time. So good. Oh, my God.
Of this one actually, but I think presumably he was buried and they have taken samples, one assumes at that point, and they've been analysing them. And I think very few people will be surprised that he met an unnatural end. I don't think many people believe the Russian suggestion that he had died of natural causes of a heart condition. But the fact that they found this toxin, now it's called epibetadine according to the government statement, and that is found
Doesn't say, like, some things just sound so superior with a British accent. Like, I want him to say that toxin again.
Epibetadine, according
Epibetadine. Oh, it's so good. You could listen to that all day long.
Natural causes of a heart condition. But the fact that they found this toxin, now it's called epibetadine.
Epibetadine, of course. YouTube censored me for saying gay communist frogs. Well, now you know the fucking limit. Epibetadine, of course.
According to the government statement, and that is found only on the skin of the Ecuadorian dart frog. Now,
just don't want to excuse Russia either. Pretty messed up what happened. Yeah, fucking oath. It's messed up. Absolutely. 100%. Of course it is. Of course it is. But like, why is this? The reason I want to watch this is actually not because of we found the toxin. It's just like, well, why are you talking about it now? Why? Why do you want to talk about it now for? How long have you been banking this story? Is that like sending depleted uranium shells to Ukraine? The last bastion of freedom, Switzerland. Our banks will save us. Back then, they said it was a Novichok VX. What was that? VX gas? Yeah, that's what I remember. But this was the case in England. And they were trying to get in because other people died as a result of that, right? The USA has burned all political credibility to the ground. And yet they are still, what was it? They are wanting to reunite with the EU. We're all better together. What did Marco Rubio say exactly? Smashing, darling. I'm pretty sure the capitalists, not the communists in the cave, then the frogs gave. Oh, yeah, it's the fuel for the fire of some sort. Frog was from Ecuador? Like how Americans think they say aluminium correctly? They don't. Aluminum?
Now, I'm not an expert on the Ecuadorian dart frog, but I think it's fair to say they're not generally found in Siberia. And so the conclusion that the government have come to is that the only way that epibetadine could have made its way from the jungles of Ecuador and Peru as well, I'm told, but into Siberia, into the body of Alexei Navalny, is if someone had put it there, and that the only people that could have put it there are the Russian government.
And it isn't the first time that Russia has been accused of using deadly toxins.
No, of course. As you just mentioned, Novichok on Mr. Navalny in 2020, and the Salisbury poisoning as well. Russia has, I mean, they've always denied this, we should say that, but they've not denied...
Yeah, the perfume bottle. That's what he's talking about now, right? Because they always hide your deadly toxins at a thrift store.
It is in a way that has convinced many people that they don't undertake this sort of operation using toxins, nerve agents, various, should we say, creative ways of killing their opponents is something that very, very widely Russia's been accused of. And that's why we've got this statement that you mentioned before from these 5 governments saying that they're breaching various international conventions.
And the British Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has said that clearly Russia saw Navalny as a threat.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I mean, Alexei Navalny, to remind viewers, before he died, was the most high profile, the most prominent, and in the Kremlin's eyes, the most dangerous opponent that the Russian government faced. His anti-corruption foundation was very, very well regarded around the world by many of its supporters. But I think more than that, they had a habit of putting out these videos which embarrassed and infuriated the Kremlin. Various revelations about government corruption, about the extravagance in which their leaders, specifically President Putin, lived. I think they did, if I remember correctly, a sort of an investigation, an undercover kind of expose of his huge mansion that he'd had built. And all of this it was partly that he was a central figure around which opponents could coalesce, but also that they were so successful in making the Kremlin look foolish.
Joe, for the moment, thank you very much, Joe, in there with the...
And we need to bring up this story again. Remember that thing about the toxins from that frog from Ecuador? Hey, do you remember that? Hey, the Russians are at it again. My wife left me. How could the Russians do this? My God. How can I make sure this inconspicuous object is noticed? I know at thrift stores someone will use it and there will be nice similar cases to like them. All right. Let's see if there's any more on this story. Okay. Any other amazing insights? Just remember, and let's get the Australian take on this. Well, I gotta see this. How the Australians going to interpret this? What happened to Navalny? Hey, what happened? Tell us, Nine News.
Welcome back to Today. Let's head.
And see how this disperses across the world as well. Why is this even news in Australia? The UK, they were affected by it. Last time they tried to assassinate this guy, English people died. UK citizens died because of an attempt on this guy's life. And this time, as it's yeah, he died in some fucking prison camp somewhere. And here we go, fucking today. Breaking story for the Australians. Everybody needs to know that the evil Russians used a frog to kill the opposition leader. Yeah, we all know, okay? We know that he died. Thank you very much. And all of a sudden, we can finally reveal, Channel 9 can finally reveal to you that it was a frog after all. Okay, it's not enough to know that it was Russia who took them out. No, we need to know right now that it was a frog.
Overseas now, and Russia has been blamed for killing the country's opposition leader Alexei Navalny in prison after being poisoned by a deadly toxin found in dart frogs. That's according to the UK and other allies.
Europe correspondent Mimi Becker reports.
Well, they're so late on this news. We knew this page. Come on now. He was not a hero, Navalny. He was a diet Putin. He still supported the war. I'd be surprised if everyone calls him a hero. Finally, some closure. Yeah, I know. That's what Australians need to wake up to in the morning. The closure. Hey, fuck, God, I knew it was the fucking frog. I knew it.
5 European allies have blamed Russia for killing Kremlin critic and opposition leader Alexei Navalny using toxic poison from Ecuadorian dart frogs while he was in prison 2 years ago. They say only Vladimir Putin could be behind such an extraordinary attack, and Navalny's widow agrees. She is at the security conference in Munich, currently seeking justice.
No, it's not just words, it's scientific.
Well, look who's hanging at the fucking Munich Security Conference. Fucking hell. Well. I was just connecting the two of them before because I was like, while they're talking about security and how EU's relationship with the US are getting better again, and like if these two countries are coming together, who's going to be their logical opposition? So if we're going to be like, hey, now we're all friends again, hey, Europe and what did he say? He said Europe and America belongs together. Now we belong together again. Hey, who can we point at? So we've all got a common enemy to be scared of. And well, look who's at the fucking conference. Hey, well. Welcome to Munich, Miss Navalny. It's all coming together. Russian Erica Kirk. Oh man, that's comment of the day right there. Navalny, I should say, Yulia Navalny. Oh man, Russian Erica Kirk, so good. And plus, USA used Cuban cigar to bump off Castro. I guess Russia is not the only ones with South American poisons. Oh man, ban Munich, more like buying Munich. Everyone know The Rock is the last season. It's the last Sean Connery Bond film. But the SEAL commander is actually the great-great-great-grandfather of Corporal Hicks in Aliens. I would like to know more. The CIA had more than 660 attempts on Castro's life, like 1 month for his entire term. Damn.
That my husband, Alexei Navalny, was poisoned and killed by Russian government and by Vladimir Putin in Russian prison.
It's not clear how the toxin was administered when Navalny died 2 years ago. The poison is described as one of the deadliest on Earth, and it's classed as a chemical weapon. The United Kingdom and its allies, including France, Germany, Sweden and the Netherlands, they all plan to present the evidence to the International Chemical Weapons Watchdog.
Only the Russian state had the opportunity, the motive, the means to be able to do this while he was in prison. And that's why we have been working with our partners to expose this Kremlin plot 2 years after he died.
The Russian government has repeatedly denied any responsibility for Navalny's death and said it's not suspicious. It has denied the latest allegations, saying it's Western propaganda, according to Russian state media.
Let's just say it's not propaganda, right? As in, like, it's not just like some lie that's told. Like, let's just say it's true that the Russians did it. Eh? But like, what's with the fucking timing? Eh? It's so weird. And yes, Putin is also in the E-files. Dun dun dun. Yeah. Yeah, same with the H-men and the allies. Turns out when it comes to assassination, throwing everything at the wall and hoping something sticks is the tactic sometimes. Stealth. Although most of Putin's references was in the US and Israel, having Epstein negotiate Assad stepping down behind the scenes. Which only the highest level officers are cleared to do. Very interesting. One more, just for me. I want to see how our Australian broadcaster frames this one. Seeing that they're doing it on my taxpayer money. Let's find out.
5 European nations have accused the Kremlin of poisoning former Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny with a lethal toxin from the skin of dart frogs. Mr. Navalny died in 2024.
Look at this, Channel 9, ABC, they've all got the same footage. They're all running the exact same story. Now, like, nobody wants to miss out. Okay, I get that. Nobody wants to miss out on breaking a story. But, like, you know, they're not investigating it themselves. They're just churning out what everybody else is churning out on this one. If you got PNG and all those Pacific islands, also Indonesia isn't interesting. Oh, wait. Let's have a look here. He said the Russians have been accused of this many times, and denial is evidence of committing a crime. They didn't mention Navalny's ties to the CIA. Did any of these news outlets want to talk about the recently attempted assassination of Putin himself? If you got PNG and all of those Pacific islands, also Indonesia is an interesting card, as they recently signed a security agreement with China and offered to send troops to Gaza. Didn't they sign that security agreement with us, actually, Indonesia? And yes, they're sending troops to Gaza. And as part of the Board of Peace agreement. We should invite Putin to speak to our Russian citizens. Yes, and give him immunity, like we gave to Herzog, right? Don't arrest him. Just let him come. Let him speak to the Russian community. It's not suspicious. Everyone knows someone that's died from exotic dart frog venom. Almost as high a death count as drop bears, but drop bears are still #1 predator in Oz. So good. Oh man, so good. Yeah, let's back to this preset piece of propaganda they just roll out and put their own fucking logos on top of.
And Britain, France, Germany, Sweden and the Netherlands claim analysis of samples from his body have conclusively confirmed the presence of epibetadine. They say it's a toxin found in South American dart frogs that are not found naturally in Russia.
This evidence has shown the contempt that the
frog from the tropical rainforests of South America is not to be found in cold Russia. That's outrageous.
Russian government has for its own citizens its willingness to use the most.
You've been using the exact same interviews. It's just like, look here, Australian media, we've got this fucking story. You need to talk about this. Can you just like all disseminate this amongst yourselves and run the exact same story, please?
Dangerous and lethal of toxins. And also to their attempt to silence their own citizens and any opposition in the most barbaric of ways.
Exact same piece. That was the exact same story that we just watched on Channel 9. That's fucking mental. Are we all watching the same stuff here? Are we seeing how the manufacturing consent? This is such a good case study in manufacturing consent. Like, not only is the Munich Security Conference happening, or happened just recently, and it's the Americans and the Europeans now belong together after having being on the rocks in their relationship, and now they've pulled out the old playbook. Did you know they killed their opposition leader? Extra twist. Did you know they did it with poison from a dart frog? Yeah, you didn't think they were capable of that, did you? Eh? Now this raising questions for what else they're capable of. Eh? Better unite the US and Europe a little bit tighter, because Trump did all this destruction at Davos. Plot twist, it was smuggled in for him to use on the guard, but he mistook it for the regular orange juice. Man, but he was the lover of the Russian queen. Yes. Now we're getting to the bottom of it. He was a cat that was really fly. So good. So good. All right, I want to look at this one because this one just looks interesting as fuck. So like you're gonna come down the North Korean pipeline with me. Any African news? I don't have any African news at the moment, but if you got anything breaking, let me know. Let me know. This one's coming up in the headlines recently. I don't know why this is coming up now. Maybe it's part of, like, let's talk about North Korea again for some reason. Got to drum up some fear about North Korea. But like, yeah, apparently Kim Jong-un's teenage daughter is going to be his heir inside Korea's succession plan. And this is from Indian state media. Alright, so I don't know what's going on there. In today's African news, we're poor, but we know how to mine cobalt.
North Korea may have just named its next supreme leader, and she is a teenager. Her name is Kim Joo-ae, and she is the daughter of Kim Jong-un. You may have seen her before, standing next to ballistic missiles, watching test launches, surrounded by generals in full uniform saluting her. She may take charge after her father, because in North Korea, power is passed down like a family heirloom.
Apparently.
So every public appearance is a message.
Did you know that?
And South Korean intelligence believes that the message is clear this time.
They don't have any kind of organizational structure, like political organizational structure. They just pass it down. They basically, it's basically a monarchy, really. Now, you can make an argument for why it is like a hereditary line, because there has been a hereditary line and successors from its inception. And like you could argue that the entire state structure reinforces this particular family from maintaining control politically. But like that is to completely swallow the peel from the fucking manufacturing consent machine on this one and not look at the fact that they do have a party structure and there are people inside the party and there are ways to get kind of control and vote. And there is elements within their political structure. It's not like they're just complete and utter like monarchs, like in like the traditional monarch sense, where they have complete and absolute power over everything. There is a political structure, and I'm sure they're playing their own Game of Thrones game, like every other politician and political party or ruling class in the world. Is not assured. They're not just going to be there by pure birthright. They're playing Game of Thrones constantly, like I said, like everyone else in the world. They've got to play their political cards right, and they've got to do something that is observable and beneficial to maintain their control. But it's interesting to see how they're just like, and so like he's hanging out with his daughter heaps in public, so she's going to be the next successor for sure. Like again, like they're crowned princes and princesses and all that sort of stuff. It's very interesting. I just don't think that the media really understands how North Korean society works. That's why it looks like there's some like weird monarchy system. I don't think they take the time to try and understand it, but like I just don't think they understand how it works. I don't think they care even, to be honest. Hello, Kim. Going to have a female leader before the USA. That's fucking hilarious, man. That's hilarious. If you thought Kim Jong was bad, wait until his daughter has her. Oh my god, dilemma. Seriously, it's called a monarchy. But it also has a parliament like the UK. Yeah, it has a political structure. It has a workers' party, and like, you know, it has a parliament, everything. People go apply for seats. There's representatives, like everything. There's different houses. There's different sections. Oh, man. It's so complicated compared to the way the Western media is just like, it's a monarchy. Look at it. You have this one family, and they're always in power. There's no other politics that goes on in North Korea apart from this evil monarchy. African news: China is scrapping its tariffs on most African nations. Takes effect this year in May. There you go. Yeah, the future. Look into the future. There was talk for a while it might be his cousin that took over. Kim Jong-un, as of 2026, is 42/43 years old now. For a bloke that has all the money and food, he looks older than that.
Kim Jue is not just Kim's daughter, she is the designated successor.
Considering all of that, Kim's daughter's presence is increasingly becoming more prominent domestically, and that she is giving her direct opinions on some policies during her on-site inspections, we can say it's somewhat unusual that the expression used was that she was in a stage of being internally appointed successor from that she was in study as successor.
So who is Kim Jue? For years, nobody even knew she existed. The first hint came from an unlikely source. Former NBA star Dennis Rodman. He visited Pyongyang in 2013. He casually mentioned that he had held Kim's baby daughter, Jue. That was it. There was no talk about her after that until 2022. That's when a young girl appeared on North Korean state television. She was holding Kim Jong-un's hand, standing beside an intercontinental ballistic missile. Since then, she has been everywhere. Military parades, missile tests, banquets with generals, and visits to the Kumsusan Palace. That's where Kim's grandfather and father lie in state. She was even seen stepping off Kim's armored train. And in North Korea, such photos are not random. Every frame is propaganda. And in these frames, she's no longer walking behind.
Every frame is propaganda. And like, you know, they're probably not wrong, but like the audacity of saying this and like not thinking that the entire media landscape in every country is not propaganda. Like from like official media sources, maybe not your social media, but from official media sources, you think that every frame is in some form of propaganda or reinforcing some narrative arc that everyone's supposed to be telling and going along with. Like it's rich to think that it's just North Koreans that do stuff like this, that stage things when it comes to, you know, getting footage of the political class or the ruling class, however you want to say it. Kim Jong-un also has a scheming sister, female version of the Lion King. China has a lot of female emperors. Even Japan had 8. Look at North Korean girl bossing it. How progressive of them. Hey.
Kim Jong-un, she walks beside him, sometimes even ahead of her father. That symbolism matters too. Seoul says she was being trained all these days and now she has been formally designated. She has been named the heir. Some lawmakers say she is even offering inputs and giving her opinion on state policy. Remember, she's still a teen. By some estimates, she is about 13 years old. But why name her the successor right now? Kim is still in his early 40s. He does not look very ill. So what is the hurry? North Korea, as you know, is a dictatorship. It has been ruled by the Kim family since 1948. First, it was Kim Il-sung. Then his son, Kim Jong-il. And then his son, Kim Jong-un, the current leader. 3 generations have ruled North Korea. And the regime survives on what it calls the sacred bloodline, meaning only a Kim can rule the nation. So by introducing Jue early, Kim is doing 3 things. 1, he is normalizing her presence.
Is that a North Korean joke? Am I reading that? Okay, it might be racist. I read that and wondered who the hell is Lion King. I think I get it. I meant Lion King, Queen. That's nice. I love a good family business. Support from local family-owned businesses, like the entire state.
2, he's preparing the elite psychologically for her leadership. And 3, he is locking in dynastic continuity. If something happens to him, if something happens suddenly, there will be no power vacuum. The bloodline continues. That's the idea. Also, North Korea is deeply patriarchal. Analysts long assumed that a son would take over. South Korea believes there may be an older son too, a son of Kim Jong-un. But he has never been seen or acknowledged publicly. So why choose Zhu Wei? Why is she the chosen one? Perhaps because she is the one that Kim trusts the most. Perhaps because there is no son at all, or if there is, he's not suitable or he's not well. So Kim Zhu-A may be the safest choice. And announcing her early gives the kingdom some time to get used to having a female ruler.
The kingdom. It's so good. Oh man, they don't give a fuck. So good. Let's the kingdom get used to having her as a ruler. Like, they do have politics outside of just having an aristocracy. Like, they do. Oh man, I love this. Like the way that we paint North Korea in the West, or anywhere outside of North Korea, is fucking hilarious. And have you seen their propaganda against the West? Have you seen them do videos where they like question what the fuck is wrong with Americans when they look at like footage from Black Friday sales and like people trampling each other in a shopping spree or something like that? So good. It's hilarious. The news video kind of reveals how little intelligence they seem to have within North Korea, given how little they know about his daughter, or at least willing to show the public. Oh, big shockers. There are many Kims in the Korean Peninsula. Did they say Kim Dom? Yeah, actually. That'd be pretty funny. It'd be more funny. Jordan's off. See you later, chaps. There, Jordan. Thanks for hanging. Have you read Michael Malice's book about North Korea? No, I haven't. And Michael Malice is a very questionable source, I would say. He definitely doesn't have an agenda at all, that guy. Definitely. Well, have you read it, Dilemmas? What is his grand thesis?
It makes you wonder how the Kim dynasty holds on to power. Across the world, regimes have risen and fallen in this time. Leaders lose power within days sometimes. But the Kim family has stayed on as North Koreans continue to struggle. How have they managed to do that? By doing four things. First is brutal repression. The Kim dynasty crushes dissent early. Kim Jong-un executed his own uncle in 2013. Hundreds of officials have been purged over the years. Reactionary speech is a crime in North Korea. So even complaining about the regime can cost your life. The second thing they do is military control. This is a country of roughly 26 million people. It has around 1.3 million active duty soldiers. That's about 5% of the entire population. And military service lasts nearly a decade. It's not just about weapons, it's also ideological training. Loyalty to the Kim family is drilled in. The military is the spine of the regime. You control the military and you control the country. 3.
Dude, their military parades are so good. They're so good. Like, do you remember watching the Chinese one? That military parade was fucking hectic. And then we watched Trump's birthday parade last year, where they had that military parade through Washington. That sucked. Like, compared to like how crisp the North Koreans are with their marching, and the Chinese were with their marching and stuff like that, the Americans look so relaxed. It was a very different experience. No, I haven't. I know very little about North Korea, admittedly. Okay. I thought you were going to tell us about something that you learned from the book, maybe. Where's her revolutionary... Sorry, where's here revolutionary speech is illegal? Whereas here, revolutionary speech is illegal. Yes, there, reactionary speech is illegal. Here, revolutionary speech is. That's a very, very interesting point, actually. And yes, reactionary speech is fine. That's a really interesting point. It could be just like ours, but if it is, at least it's listening to different families. Just wondering how you are so full of their parliament to actually do anything and doesn't just follow orders. Just wondering how you are so sure their parliament. Well, like they do have to administer a country. Like, at the end of the day, like, if you, like, let's just say Kim Jong-un is supreme leader. Like, not everything is like, oh, okay, today I expect everyone to do this. Like, they've got like 20 something million people in their country. Got a lot of people to look after. So like you actually need a political structure to actually get shit done and administered. Like I know he takes all these pictures with all the missiles and does all the propaganda and stuff like that, all the propaganda videos, but like he's not there with his hand on the wheel directing everything. I think the government is actually important to hold society together. Whether you have a single person on top, whether you have an oligarchy or an oligopoly, as we were talking before, a small group of people that hold together everything, or you actually have some form of democracy where everybody gets to decide on what's going on, or everyone who's valid, let's say a valid citizen, is able to decide what's going on. No country really has a system like that at the moment where the people actually decide. They default to representatives to do that for them. And so like in our Western systems, we're just used to having a government that we elect. But like, you know, they're people that are pretty much from some type of institution. They're from some type of party system. They go through that institution. They're pre-selected. They put up in front of us. We decide who they are. And ultimately they're controlled by lobby groups and special interest groups. And so like instead of us having a Kim Jong-un that rules over us, we have a bunch of powerful lobby and special interest groups that tell our politicians, write policies for our politicians, and like give them copies of it to rubber stamp and go through parliament on their behalf. And so like, yeah, we have a group of people as opposed to like one Kim Jong-un that sits on top of our political structure. We have like a group, an ill-defined group of special interests that really tell us, like dictate our policy. And so like in their system, like you want to be involved in parliament, then join the fucking Workers' Party. Like here, you want to be involved in parliament, then join the Labour Party or join the Liberal Party or the National Party, or start your own party, but you'll have to really work hard to like, get enough numbers so you can go through. But if you want to be involved in politics, then join a party and get elected somewhere. It's the same shit. Like over there, if you want to get involved in politics, I guess, you want to be a professional politician, then join the Workers' Party and try and work your way up through that system. It's very similar in most places, I would say. It's just that we call it all different things. And like we spit out propaganda that makes it look really foreign and really alien. But like structurally, it's very, very similar. It's just like what they gear their effort towards. North Korea, Syria, Australia are the only countries to ban airsoft. Not so different after all, are we? I'm pretty sure our police are more heavily equipped of the three. But a parliament would usually mean people have representation. I'm not sure they do. But I am uneducated in this area, among other things. Like they have representation as in like within the party. So if you want to get into the party and like make effective changes and stuff, you get elected from within the party. So you join the party and then you put yourself up for election. And so like you run within the party and the people vote for you at the local level or the state level or something like that, because you've joined the party and you become a candidate. Like I said, if you want to do the same here, like in Australia, for example, like you want to be in a party or you want to get elected, you usually would join a party. Usually you can start your own, but like you join a party and then you work your way up in that party to become their chosen representative, and then you can get voted for by people. There's a screening and a vetting process there. It's not like anyone who wants to run for parliament can run for parliament. You actually have to have enough supporters, enough infrastructure, and then all the money that comes with that as well. So if anything, their party system is kind of less complicated than that, because like once you get into the party, then like you don't have to like spend money or your own money campaigning on yourself. That is all done for through the party, I guess you would say. Blessed leader Skadi. Yeah, a lot of people, but they do have a very strict structure, even when it comes to free time. That's enforced, of course, not by Kim himself, but the admin agencies they control. Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a top-down system in both countries, but there is much more pervasive into parts of its citizens' lives. Yes, it's more totalitarian in the sense of like the real use of the word totalitarian, like they control more aspects of people's lives. But that's also because of the way they've structured their society as well. Like here we we say, oh, we're free to choose. And so like when you finish school, you're free to choose your own, I don't know, further education. Maybe you go to get some type of apprenticeship, or you get you do some type of TAFE course or something, some tertiary education. You seek some type of intellectual endeavor at an academic institution, and then you get your skills to enter the workforce. Like they might have some more say over where people go. Like geographically, if you're in a rural area, then you're part of that rural community. And like you're more likely to stay there. But like we watched a documentary on this like a year ago, and there was a guy that they were interviewing, and he was on a train going from one area to another, and he looked out the window and thought the country lifestyle was for him, and so like he requested to be moved into a rural community so he could live a rural lifestyle, and now he lives, he works as a farmer, I guess. And like we watched like a particular group of people that were working like a clothing factory, I guess you would say, and like they were fucking hardcore, but like their town was basically like a clothing manufacturing town, and so like heaps of people that lived in that area, that city, were all in like clothing manufacture, which is like kind of like what most European or Western societies were like for a long time. Like certain towns did certain things. Like we still got that. Like in Australia, you have like mining towns and stuff like that. So like they're more controlled in the sense that I guess that people aren't completely free, and they have to apply potentially if they want to move around a lot or change occupations, but everyone has like kind of set roles in society, but they also see themselves as contributing to society. In Western culture, we see ourselves as individuals, and if we do well and we produce more or something, I guess you would say, we produce a lot of stuff and produce a lot of wealth and employ a lot of people, and stimulate the economy, then our actions, our individual actions, are good for the economy. Whereas they're like people have roles. They need people in farming sector. They need people in agriculture. Sorry, they need people in this type of industry. They need people in that type of industry. If you're looking at some type of life soldiering, like you spend, like she said, like a decade as a soldier or something like that. So, it's like more structured. The economy is more structured. It's different how we would think of it. Like we would say that our economy is more open. So you like choose your own adventure, whereas they have set roles, and people need to fit into the roles that are required to keep the economy going. When we did educational content, yeah, well, instead of just like sticking up with world affairs. Yeah, but like I don't know if I can do that stuff anymore, because remember we tried it on YouTube and I think I got hit up with copyright, but then we went to the Twitch files with this one and we just watched that documentary. What was it called? Like My Brothers and Sisters in the North or something like that. It was a South Korean woman that went and filmed like a documentary in the North, and like, yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, we have freedoms within bounds. There they just do away with the illusion at all. Which is better? I don't know. Fuck, what a deep philosophical question that is. Hey? Yeah. I like freedom even when it just feels real. Yeah. I'll take a stake in the Matrix. Yeah, that's the deepest part of that movie as well, isn't it? I know the steak tastes nice because it's telling me that it's juicy or whatever. Like multi-party systems, there's multiple ways to do one party also, and North Korea 1 is very much state controlled. Back when we did educational content, and that was probably like a year ago, man. I'm stuck on that comment because we used to do a lot of that sort of stuff back in the day. It was a different session back then too. Yeah, the whole ask permission to have a rural life is a bit disconcerting. Yeah, fair enough. But like, you know, here, like, if you want to be a farmer, right, you don't just go, all right, I'm going I'm going to the country, see ya. Like, it's pay to play, right? So like, if you don't have money or you can't get a loan from the bank, you're not going to be becoming a farmer. So like with us, it's like, oh, I get to choose to go to the bank and take out a loan. How lucky am I? Like, they would say, is that really a choice? Like, now you're going to be indebted to a banking institution for the next 30 years? That's fucking outrageous. So like, I hear what you're saying, dilemmas. But like, you know, cultural nuance, if you know what I mean. I prefer a little actual freedom to the illusion of freedom that will eventually be shattered anyway. None of the people with a lot of wealth produce it themselves. They harvest others' labor. They work as facilitators. Well, now we're talking about collectivism versus individualism. I like nice middle ground there personally, but I feel our societies kind of represent the extremes. Yeah. Where did Epstein's wealth come from? He was a school teacher. He just had a good nose for exploitation. Yeah, he knew the right people as well. Like, they're not sure how he got to Berenstein's. Is that the right name? Berenstein's. Anyway, the financial institution. They're not now sure how he got exactly from school teacher to Berenstein's. But like, as a school teacher, he went to a particular college. He was teaching at a particular college or educational institution where he was rubbing shoulders with some very, very powerful people's children. And so he was potentially meeting powerful people's the parents that were sending their kids to the institution he was working at. And he had an inclination for mathematics, and he must have got a crack somewhere, a chance shot at somewhere. And he very quickly moved up the hierarchy in Bear and Stearns. And again, I think he just knew people. He had met their kids, and they'd introduced him to their parents, and the rest is history. That's classic free market society. It's like, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Classic free market society. I've heard of the Yeonmi Park lady talk about her escape from North Korea. I've heard her as well. I think she's the same one. I know a few upper middle class people that come from generational wealth, and if they do it the way their parents did work hard 6 days a week, etc., they have gone backwards, almost all of them. It's came from Wex, gave Epstein 77 million property in New York. Well, not just Wex. Like, to be honest, that Wex was later in the story. Wex actually gave Epstein power of attorney, which is fucking incredible. A billionaire giving someone power of attorney to use their entire estate. Wex was a very interesting case. That's a stretch, money or not. That was part of it. And why did the old Wex decide to give Epstein power of attorney? Yes, that's the real question. But I get your point. But if I happen to have money, I could just buy a farm and start farming. As hard as it would be to be completely independent, LOL. In the same way that, like, you know, if you were lucky enough to know someone in the party, right? There's someone high up in the party machine. Like, you could just start farming. You could probably just do whatever the fuck you wanted, actually. So like it's the same thing. Like if you just have money in our society, you get to do whatever the fuck you want. And so like in their society, I guess, if you just know someone in the party, you can basically do whatever the fuck you want. He saw an opportunity to exploit one of Wex's weaknesses. Well, we all know why. That freedom of choice is like the underpinning driver of capitalism, democracy, free market. It's so good how like democracy gets lumped in with capitalism and free market. Like they don't have a form of democracy. Like they do. They have elections. They have representation. And just like in free market societies or capitalism, there is democracy because we have representation and elections and stuff like that. But like everyone always puts in democracy with capitalism and free markets. It's very interesting. And Wex got that cash off harnessing a bunch of other people to work. He got it from a clothing line. Eh? His Victoria's Secret. I can see how here we do have groups and top-down enforcement that stops individualism to the highest degree. But it's still a huge part, I think, would cause the whole thing to collapse if it was removed. He knew how to find people's skeletons and didn't have qualms about exploiting them. He just got files from Robert Maxwell. Well, what if I got money from a different country? I just migrated here and want to farm. Can I? Well, depends on their migration laws, eh? And it depends on whatever policies they have. They might not want to let foreign nationals take away prime agricultural land. But like, let's run with your hypothetical there. If I just get money, like from a different country, can I be a farmer? Yeah, of course you can. But like the element that gives you social power is currency, as you've described, is money. What potentially gives you social power in their system is like who you know in the party, both forms of currency. So if your social power comes from kind of your position in relation to the power structure, and the power structure is awarded by whatever money you have, as opposed to like your relation to some party official, then like, you know, it's just which system of currency do you use? Social currency or some weird fiat currency? Whether you've come from another country or not. Like, I don't know, have people tried to migrate to North Korea and start farming there? I don't know. Yeah, money gives you freedom here. There, it's status that gives you power. We still have freedom of choice. You can have McDonald's or KFC or Burger King. Oh my God. Yeah, the illusion of choice, right? That's a fundamental difference between America and Australia. America don't need permission to do anything. In Australia, we need permission for most things. Yes, they don't have any systems where you need permission for stuff in the US. You just do whatever you want, all the time. No governments, no nothing. What did I miss? I don't think I can see what you're talking about, Captain. Scroll down stream chat. Like, did you say something, Captain Bucket? Oh, stream chat. Oh, shit. Sorry. My noob skills at Photoshop took too long with this. This is how we achieve world peace. Yeah, tell that to Kim Jong-un. Yeah, the whole world just becomes part of Australia, and we'll be set. Very good. Oh man. America hasn't topped new patents in almost every field for almost a decade now. It used to be good at innovation, yeah. About its final claim to fame is AI and half the world's total AI techs are in China. That's nailed it. It's social versus made currency. Again, no idea which is better. They both have good arguments. I'm not advocating for either, I would say. Yeah. But like they are both just ways of social organization, and we're just like, oh, look, this one is bad, our one is good. And it's just like, well, they're just ways of organizing humans. And they're ways of organizing humans in a hierarchical fashion as well. So like, yeah, it's really interesting actually, because people just see, like, it's something that we were speaking about the other day or last week's men, like you see something different and you're just like, oh my God, how do I relate to this? How do I understand this? And if you have fucking people like this woman on the screen here who are like, oh, look, they're different and they're evil, everyone's just like, ah, and they're like scared. And so like she's telling us that they're fucking, look, he's a king. It's a kingdom, basically. And everyone's like, oh, kingdoms aren't great, are they? That's not democracy. We like democracy. Democracy good. And they have a form of democracy, but she's not saying that. She's just calling it a kingdom. Something like 20% of Americans going to uni hope to migrate to find work. Damn. Is that because they actually just want to migrate and they're using that education as a bargaining tool to migrate? Or like they don't have any prospects of getting the same work in the US? So they know they're going to migrate, I guess. Yeah, just pushing a narrative to further that initial reaction of fear in those that feel it. Blatant propaganda, and of an Indian kind, this one. It's nice to get other people's propaganda.
North Korea is believed to have nuclear weapons, and that deters invasion by foreign powers. It prevents regime change from outside. And 4, isolation and indoctrination. From childhood, North Koreans are taught that the Kim family is sacred, the outside world is hostile, hardship is normal, independent thought is cut early, media...
The outside world is hostile. If you were North Korean, you would probably agree with that, seriously. Oh my God. The entire world, they're completely isolated from fucking everyone else. And they still exist. It's fucking incredible. You know why? They have nuclear weapons. If they didn't have nuclear weapons, they'd be suffering what Cuba's suffering right now. You gotta try it all, right?
...is controlled and the internet is restricted. Even then, despite all of this, there have been attempts to dethrone them. There have been assassination plots. Kim Jong-un has apparently survived multiple such attempts, which is why he has a big security entourage. When he took power in 2011, many had hoped for change. After all, this was a Western-educated young leader, so many thought he will reform the country. As it turned out, he did not. Will his daughter be different? If history is any guide, Kim Joo-ae may not be a break from the system that empowers her. She may simply be its next caretaker.
He rebuilt Egypt's pride after defeat. He turned...
What is this? All right, let's get the Korean, like the South Korean perspective on this. It's all come from them anyway, I'm sure. So what is this? Korea Now. Yonhap is funded in whole or in part by the Korean government. I'm assuming they mean South Korean government.
Global headlines are pointing to a successor to North Korea's de facto throne, none other than leader Kim Jong-un's daughter. Yet she is believed to be only 13, and the North's never had a female leader before. So how credible is this claim? It comes from South Korea's National Intelligence Service, which has upgraded its past assessment that Kim Joo-ae was her father's most likely successor. It now believes she has entered the stage of being designated as successor. The spy agency's previous judgment was revealed 2 years ago, after Kim Joo-ae had been seen numerous times alongside her father on state business. It made all the more sense because Kim Joo-ae was, and still is, the only publicly acknowledged child of the current leader, in a country that considers the Kim bloodline to be sacred. And while young, it seemed that grooming a successor would be a politically wise move amid questions about Kim Jong-un's health. Now, Kim Ju-ae's position seems to be solidifying, with the NIS citing signs of her expressing views on certain state policies, in addition to being seen with her parents paying
How do you
tribute.
get a square head haircut like that? It's fucking mental. What a hairline. LOL, the South Korean perspective probably more balanced than India's, ironically. Yeah, it seems to be so far. I haven't heard any weird accusations. Just the usual manufacturing consent, not the outrageous manufacturing consent.
Family's mausoleum for the first time, and Seoul's spy agency will be watching closely to see if she appears at a key party congress later this month, or is awarded an official title at the event. In the meantime, it's interesting that she's taken centre stage with her father in photos displayed on an outdoor board at the North Korean embassy in Beijing. That's unprecedented, and given how deliberate the North is about public messaging, does seem to be further evidence.
They said the line. They just said it nice. So they were like, how deliberate they are about public messaging. And she was the other one, our Indian correspondent, was just like, and every picture is a well-crafted piece of propaganda. I was like, oh, okay, fair enough.
Evidence in favour of the NIS assessment. And even if North Korea's leadership has been traditionally male, there are continued signs of Kim family ties trumping gender. The powerful sister of Kim Jong-un has been vocal on various issues for years. In fact, Kim Yo-jong has just responded to the South Korean unification minister's expression of regret over drone incursions into the north, saying it was quite sensible. It may raise hopes of inter-Korean dialogue resuming, while the NIS has noted that North Korea remains open to talks with the US, with Pyongyang avoiding provoking American President Donald Trump. We'll pay attention to that party congress to see if we can learn more.
Usually people saying somewhere don't have culture actually mean let me change your culture. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's get this from the Chinese now. Let's see what the Chinese have to say. Now, this is funny because, like, this conversation, I was trying to do some research on it before. This whole conversation about this girl taking over was surfacing last year, and now they brought it up again. So I'm just trying to figure out with my, the grand theory of the manufacturing consent machine, why are the media bringing this up again, like now? If this was already doing the rounds a year ago, like our friend Navalny, did I say that right? Navalny. Why are they doing the rounds now? Why is the media picking up this story again? They started talking about this topic literally a year ago, and now they've started talking about it again. And this is the South China Morning Post perspective on this one. I wonder what the Chinese have to say about this.
She's been called North Korea's lovely child, dear child, and more recently, the respected child. Kim Ju-ae is believed to be about 11 years old, and her frequent appearances have political observers believed to be about the respected child. Kim Ju-ae is believed to be about 11 years old, and her frequent appearances have political observers wondering if she's next in line to become supreme ruler of the reclusive East Asian nation. Believed to be current leader Kim Jong-un's second child, Ju-ae was first revealed to the world.
Grogu coming to this. Where's Mando? That's a really good soundtrack as well, I must say. There's Mando. Easier to negotiate with a pound dog.
In photos released in November 2022, she appeared alongside her father to watch the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile. Since then, the young girl has been repeatedly seen at large-scale events, including military parades and national ceremonies, often holding hands with her father and surrounded by senior officials. Her growing exposure has generated buzz, raising questions about whether she is Kim Jong-un's heir apparent. If not her, then who will be the next leader of North Korea?
Dun, dun, dun.
Zhu is not the first female member of the Kim family to make international headlines.
이제 좀 흥미로운 거는 이제 김정은 위원장 주변에 몇몇 여성들의 얼굴들이 보이고 있다라는 측면에서 여성들의 뭔가 입김이 좀 더 강해진 것이 아니냐?
Just basically said what's interesting if you're not reading or you're listening, you're lurking. What is interesting now is that we are seeing some female faces around Kim Jong-un. Doesn't that mean women are becoming more influential? Question mark.
이런 이제 논점들이
Such perspectives are now emerging. Eh? Bit of gender equality going. Maybe the North Koreans are picking up where Charlie Kirk left off, and they're going after DEI. Now they're instituting some diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's time to have a female leader running the show. See, DEI, man. The woke mind virus is infectious, and it's now taking its hold in North Korea. Got to watch out for when did North Korea get woke? It's so good. Oh, man. You can't deal with humans without a cultural lens. They're built up from a young age. It's worse than the lobotomy experiment. Are nukes woke? North Korean nukes are woke, eh? Well, if you look closely, they've got rainbow flags on them.
좀 나오고 있는 거죠.
Zhu's aunt, Kim Yo-jong, has rapidly risen in the ranks of the regime since December 2011. That was when Kim Jong-un took over after the death of their father and longtime ruler Kim Jong-il. Standing behind her brother, Yo-jong made her first public appearance at their father's funeral. She then became a regular presence at Kim Jong-un's side. In 2018, Yo-jong became the first member of the Kim family to visit South Korea since the Korean War. She was part of the delegation that went to the 2018 Winter Olympics in the South Korean city of Pyeongchang, where athletes from North and South competed in a joint team. Yo-jong was even invited to a concert with then South Korean President Moon Jae-in.
She smiled a lot. So just by showing up, the South Korean people were excited that, wow, what does this mean? This mysterious princess from Pyongyang is here, that Kim Jong-un sent his dear little sister to South Korea. That must mean that we are
North
on the
Korea
verge.
went and did the reverse horseshoe. You're talking about the way they did politics in that regard?
Of real rapprochement, improvement of relations, de-escalation of tension, denuclearization, maybe reunification, who knows? So went the public sentiment at the time, and she played the proverbial role of the good cop to her brother's bad cop.
Kim Yo-jong's diplomacy run didn't stop there. She met South Korean leader Moon again when she accompanied her brother on his first trip to the South. Shook hands with Chinese President Xi Jinping during Kim Jong-un's trip to China. Greeted then U.S. President Donald Trump in Singapore. And most recently traveled with her brother to Russia and met with President Vladimir Putin. Among her various titles, Yo-jong is the nominal head of Pyongyang's propaganda and agitation department. She has become known for her fiery and strongly worded statements against South Korea.
We remember everything.
South Korea.
We remember everything that the South Korean Conservative Party has done. And how vicious they are and how they are worse than the rubbish people who are less than animals and at the forefront of sending sloppy items.
있습니다. 그만큼
She serves as a channel for messages to the
대남
South.
메시지의 채널로서의 역할을 하고 있는 것이고 또 여성임에도
Despite being a
불구하고
woman,
이런 굉장히 군사적이고
I believe the way that she delivers important messages related to the military,
그런 메시지, 그러니까 대남 군사적인 그 중요한 결정을 담은 메시지라든가 아니면 이
such as saying things like, I decided to blow up the Inter-Korean Liaison Office.
남북연락사무소를 폭파하는 결정을 내가 내렸다. 이런 식의 표현을 하고 있는 것들은 저는 이게
It's
이
one of the
백두혈통을
ways
일종의
used to build up the image of a mount, of the Mount Pact bloodline capacity as a leader.
젠더라는 어떤 성격이 아니라 지도자로서의 그
And not
역량을
portray it in a gendered way.
구축하기라는 하나의 방안이었다라고 저는 생각하고 있어요.
In September 2020,
There's rhetoric, then there's that. Hello, yeah, what the fuck does that mean? I wonder what that means. Maybe it just doesn't fucking translate well. Rubbish people equals crab people. Yeah, man. I'm not crazy. I'm just ahead of the curve.
2021, Yo Jong was promoted to the country's top decision-making body, solidifying her position as the de facto number 2. Political experts say Yo Jong's ascension has been deliberate.
She has been known to be very capable, very intelligent. Kim Jong-il's favorite child was his youngest, Kim Yo-jong. Kim Jong-il thought very highly of his young daughter and supposedly told the Japanese chef one day that if she were not a girl, if she were a boy, he would hand down power to her, to Kim Yo-jong instead of Kim Jong-un. And I interpret that kind of rapid elevation of Kim Yo-jong within the North Korean government as an effort by Kim Jong-un to take measures just in case he himself becomes incapacitated. Who other than his trusted and very capable sister to take care of him, his wife, his children? I see the brother and sister genuinely being affectionate toward each other, liking each other, trusting each other. There's genuine trust between the two.
But more importantly, Yo Jong is part of the Mount Pact bloodline.
North Korea is such a heavily male-dominated, chauvinistic culture. What supersedes such cultural, political biases against women in North Korea, I believe, is that power must remain within the family. That is, North Korea has created this myth of the so-called Mount Paektu bloodline. And Mount Paektu is a real, physical, majestic mountain straddling the border between North Korea and China. And in Korean mythology, it's the birthplace, the cradle of the Korean civilization, the Korean people. So Mount Paektu occupies an exalted, almost a sacred place in Korean psychology, Korean consciousness.
The Mount Paektu bloodline traces back to Kim Il-sung, the grandfather of Kim Jong-un. Referred to as the Great Son of Life, Il-sung was the founding leader of North Korea and ruled from 1948 until he died in 1994. Then, leadership was passed to his eldest son, Kim Jong-il, who ruled the country for 17 years until 2011. Kim Jong-un, the third and youngest son of the late leader, was announced as the great successor. At no point has North Korea ever seen a woman at the top. Before Yo Jong, only one has been close. That was Kim Kyung-hee, an aunt of Kim Jong-un and Kim Yo-jong. She was the first and only female four-star general in the country. She remained the preeminent female face of the Kim family until her husband, Chung Song-taek, was executed for corruption, sedition, and other criminal charges in late 2013.
But Kim Kyung-hee never asserted herself nearly as forcefully as Kim Yo-jong. At no point did we see Kim Kyung-hee play any role in these high-profile summit meetings, whereas Kim Yo-jong has been in attendance virtually in every single summit meeting by her brother.
So it appears that
I just think of America World Police when I think of Kim Jong-il. Yeah, I know, 100%. Yeah. Oh, hello. So good. Oh, man. I think it's just the local name for the family. Well, apparently it is a deep connection to an important bloodline. That gives them power. Very interesting. Here comes the aristocracy, right? Am I right?
If there are real contenders for the highest position, it's between Yeojong and Yang Due. But are there any sons in the running? It's difficult to tell.
I don't know if Kim Jong-un has a son or not. In the past, South Korean government officials speculated that Kim Jong-un has a son who might be a year or two older than this cute daughter that Kim Jong-un has been parading around since November of 2022.
Two of the three leaders from the Kim dynasty show.
Am I going to get copyrighted for this, though? Let's have a look. I'm going to play like 20 seconds of it. I can't play the whole thing.
Why is everyone so fucking stupid? Why aren't more people intelligent like me? I'm so lonely, so lonely, so lonely inside real Rome. There's no one, just me only, sitting on my little throne. I work very hard and make up great plans, but nobody listens.
Integer in the house. How you going? We're doing some North Korean activity. Hope you're well.
Seems like no one takes me seriously, and so I'm wrong.
It's such a good song. They do it so well.
A bit of roundry.
A bit of roundry.
Pour it on me.
Oh, that's it. I can't do more. I gotta get hit up with copyright again. I can't. Oh, man. You can cut it now if you want. Yeah, that was good. I know it's Siri, but not really.
Showed a clear preference for sons over daughters in the selection of their successors. Will it be the same for Kim Jong-un?
그 후계자는 여성이건 남성이건 별로 중요하지
It doesn't matter if the
않다.
successor
특히
is a man
늑조를
or a
통해
woman, as
있어서는
long as they
여성이건
have
남성이건
the P2 bloodline. Being male, female does not really matter.
별로 중요하지
Guys, that's not a DEI thing. Hey? It's got to do with where you were born. Exactly. It's a geographical matter.
않다라는 거죠. 더 중요한 건 김주애가
The dick.
그만큼의
Pussy asshole speech is like listening to Plato.
능력이 있느냐, 군을 통솔할 수 있는 능력이 있느냐, 그만큼의 그 결단력이 있는 통솔 중요한 건
The more important thing is whether Kim Ju-ae has the ability.
김주애가 그만큼
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound like DEI. It sounds like some type of weird meritocracy mixed in with DEI. That's scary. Hey, she has to have ability as well, not just the right bloodline. Oh my god.
그만큼의 능력이 있느냐, 군을 통솔할 수
And whether she is capable of leading the military or whether she is that determined.
있는 능력이 있느냐, 그만큼의 그 결단력이 있느냐의 문제인 것이지, 그 사람이 여성이어서가 안 된다라는 부분은 아닐 수
Not that she
있겠다.
should be a woman.
If it is Jue, is she prepared to rule?
Clearly, she's prepubescent. She's a child, elementary school age child. What can an 11-year-old do right now? Lead her nation's delegation to a foreign country? Receive a foreign delegation? Shake hands with President Xi Jinping? I mean, what can an 11-year-old do? Get on the podium and...
What an ageist douchebag. What can 11-year-olds do? Man, 11-year-olds, because of their station, used to be very important in world diplomacy. Eh? If she's been training for this her entire 11 years, it don't matter, baby. But the media told me that NK doesn't believe in meritocracy. Men have been warring over pussy for centuries. She'll do great. Oh my god. Meritocracy can exist outside of liberal democracies. Just as Helen of Troy push a red button. They used to run the Greek world. Maybe it's time. They'll have a go again. Oh man.
Stand in front of a podium on top of a stool and give an address to 5,000 people? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
So for the next 10, 15 years, until one of Kim Jong-un's children becomes an adult, I see no other viable candidate to be the next supreme leader, if necessary, other than Kim Yo-jong.
Kim Jong-un is believed to be 40 years old as of 2024. His father lived until about 70, and his grandfather lived until he was 82. Assuming a similar lifespan, it will be several decades before it becomes clear which Kim will become North Korea's next supreme leader. That is, if the country retains its autocratic system, ruled by one family.
Interesting. I wonder why this is resurfacing again. Eh? Why? Why is this happening? I'm trying to figure out the manufacturing consent on this one. Has anyone got any theories on this? 11? Gee, she's old enough to retire from the mines soon. Interesting. She's old enough to be in the E-files. Hey, I thought someone was going to make that one. All right, quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. I get so ornery when Mr. E pays. Don't be ornery. I wasn't gone for long. It's okay. I'm still here. Maybe too old for the files. Ooh, snap. And snap. Alright, let's try and figure out actually how it works, shall we? This whole situation. I wonder if we can get some insight from this. So this one
In case you don't know, North Korea's official...
This is in the kingdom. How democratic is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea? It's a country that has the words democratic and republic in its name, and yet it remains one of the last democratic systems on Earth. Yes, you guessed it right. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Let's have a listen. Let's see if they can explain this for us so we can learn a little bit. Sitting on the little throne. Bringing that dark humor today. Yeah. Hey, you gotta liven it up a little bit.
Official name is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, a name that sounds very reassuring, with democratic and people's right there on your face. Yet, by any conventional measure, this democratic republic is neither democratic nor a true republic. This is a country ruled by one family for 3 generations, under a single party's tight grip, with more than 20 million powerless subjects. To be fair, the North Korean state vehemently insists it is a democracy, just in its own way. And the regime's apologists claim that citizens enjoy a level of democracy unseen in Western countries. The North Korean constitution is packed with lofty promises. It says sovereignty resides in the working people, exercised through their elected assemblies. It guarantees universal suffrage by secret ballot for all citizens over 17. It even enumerates freedoms of speech, press, assembly, and association, and the right to recall elected deputies who betray the public's trust. On paper, it paints North Korea as a pluralistic paradise where the government obeys the people and not the other way around. However, these grand principles live only on paper. It's clickbait. Like you click.
Trump wishes he has this swag? Absolutely. I have a feeling that this guy is not very objective. I don't know what gives me that sense. As long as he just explains how the system works instead of giving his fucking judgy calls, we'll find out, I guess.
A video titled "Welcome to the Socialist Paradise," but it turned out to be Rick Astley's music video. In practice, North Korea's democracy is a meticulously stage-managed affair, tightly controlled by the ruling Kim. The election day in North Korea functions less as a people's choice and more as a head count, a way for the state to check who's obediently present and who might have fled. In this episode, we will dissect North Korea's political system. We'll see how elections work when there's nothing to choose, how a parliament operates when it mainly applauds, how multiple parties exist without disagreement, and how elections in North Korea are a national ritual that arrives every few years right on schedule.
A national ritual that arrives every few years right on schedule? Like anywhere else that has elections? Oh my god. Fuck me, dude. Oof, the Rickroll. It's been so long. I clocked that. Rather than ruling classes, the ruling Kim. Oh, cool. I might learn a thing or two about US elections. Will work in the future.
Like another carefully choreographed parade. Technically, citizens go to the stations to elect representatives to the Supreme People's Assembly every 5 years, and to prevent.
Technically, they go to elect representatives. Like, technically, we elect representatives. Oh my god.
Provincial, city, and county people's assemblies every 4 years. But in practice, these elections offer the same amount of surprise as tomorrow's sunrise. Each voter is handed a ballot with exactly one state-approved candidate printed on it. The Democratic Front for the Reunification of the Fatherland, the umbrella organization dominated by the ruling party, pre-selects every candidate long before any vote. Crucially, no independent candidates can run for the office. The system's legal framework technically allows any citizen to be nominated, but in practice, only those vetted and approved by the ruling party apparatus ever appear on the ballot. The 2023 reform...
Like, just remember, if you want to be on the ballot in our system, or systems of our nature, let's say, you most probably, unless you start your own political party, which is possible, you go through a party and the party will vet you, and they're not going to let you be on a ballot unless you fucking meet all of you follow the party line, basically. And so instead of having multiple parties, they have one party. So if you want to be involved in politics, you go and join the party, and then people come along and vote in that party for those who will represent them. And then within the party itself, then they go into a chamber or a house and they start deciding on politics. And as each level up goes, you have people with more and more power. If elections were real, they wouldn't let us have them. They'd be illegal. You know who said that, Dilemmas? Originally? A revolutionary socialist. A German revolutionary socialist, actually. I'm pretty sure it was Emma Goldman who first said that. Yo, Umbrella Org, they got zombies. They got zombies? So you're telling me a ruling class predicts the pollies who get elected in NK? Are we describing NK? Are we projecting here? We need a Star Wars style Senate already. I don't know if I can watch this guy. I thought he was actually going to explain stuff, just say how it works. Too bad. Too bad. Me, I said it. Nope, you're lying. It was me. It was me, damn it. I said it. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not doing this. I'm not listening to this guy's propaganda for too long. For too long. Yeah, let's touch on this one. This is interesting. This is just a surveillance capitalist update that I found fascinating and wanted to share with you guys. I didn't watch the whole thing, so I want to know what the French have to say about this. Colonel Claude, Anthropic's Claude. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but like, there's a large language model, like a real competitor, I would say, for like ChatGPT, called Claude, by an organization called Anthropic, who are associated with Amazon, by the way. So it's, by extension, you could say Amazon's large language model, almost in the same way that I guess Microsoft kind of controls OpenAI or has agreements with OpenAI. Anthropic's Claude helped Pentagon raid Caracas and seize Maduro. What the fuck is this about? I gotta know more of this. How the hell do they use a large language model to help capture Maduro? And like Anthropic always, or Claude via Anthropic, always positions itself as the ethical large language model. It does the right thing, that kind of thing. And so here we go. Claude was being used to help pick Maduro out of Venezuela. So if you weren't aware, at like the start of this year, I think it was like first week of the year, I want to say, the US flew after like a massive military buildup and like a naval blockade basically of the country of Venezuela. The US special forces flew into Venezuela, into Caracas, and basically night raided it and kidnapped the president, Nicolas Maduro, of Venezuela, and then took him to the US to stand trial for, I don't know, some type of crimes. Who the fuck knows at the end of the day? Let's be honest. It wasn't anything real. They just wanted to get rid of him. And so they took him out. And apparently, and I don't know how, so we're going to find out together, Claude was somehow used to help seize Maduro. Now, this is a crazy world that we live in. Like, I would like to understand how or what services Claude was providing so they could do this. I really want to know. Go in the back door. You won't expect that. Yeah, thanks, Claude. Fucking hell. My friend who's coding uses Claude, LOL. If Maduro was CI. Hey, Claude, I'm looking into overthrowing the Venezuelan government and kidnapping their leader. Can you please recommend a few options? Please be concise and cite sources. That's so good. That's exactly how I use my research assistant. Please keep it brief, bro, and give us sources when possible. CIA. Then the LLM would just have sent him an email or something. All right, so let's check out this outrageous claim by French media here.
Now, from writing emails to raiding enemy capital cities, the Wall Street Journal reports that the Pentagon used Anthropic's AI model Claude as part of its operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Well, we can get more on the story with our technology editor, Peter O'Brien, who joins me now in the studio. Good to see you, Peter.
Hi, Jenny.
So, I personally use AI to, translate things, to get recommendations.
Yeah.
I've even used, Claude specifically to, fine-tune my gym workouts once.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You've used Claude? Oh my god, me too. No way. It can also overthrow presidents and not just arrange my calendar? Amazing.
Used, Claude specifically to, fine-tune my gym workouts once.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
But it turns out
Fine-tune my gym workouts, eh? They humans invent incredible technology capable of thinking and acting like a human. It's like, what do we use it for? I would like to figure out my gym schedule a little bit better. Hey, this is how humans use all this technology. And we were worried about the fucking AI takeover. And like how everybody was going to lose their jobs to AI and automation. Don't worry about it. People are just using it to figure out how they can get ripped faster. Thank you, Claude. I want to get ripped and I want to overthrow the head of a nation. Thank you. I use AI for vindication during live streams. That's so good. Oh, man. I sue AI to sift through databases. I use AI to sift through databases.
it can be used to forcibly depose a foreign world leader.
Apparently so, Jenny. Yeah, that's what the Wall Street Journal is reporting. They're saying that the Pentagon used Claude in that operation to raid Caracas and arrest President Maduro. Now, the tool, they say, was used because it was part of a partnership with Palantir, another US tech company, which the US government and military regularly uses. Both the Wall Street Journal and Axios report that someone from Anthropic phoned someone from Palantir and asked them, hey, how was Claude used in this mission on Caracas? So that actually implies that they might not have even known about it, right? Now, obviously, dozens of people died in this mission, and to be clear, there's no suggestion that Claude was actually firing any of the missiles or manning any of the machine guns.
They literally did. They literally did what you said before, Jack. Hey, Claude. Palantir's got all this fucking data. Heaps of data about like triangulating where Maduro's gonna be, where his security force is gonna be, and they needed to run that through a large language model. Here's all the data that we have. Hey Claude, I'm looking into overthrowing the Venezuelan government and kidnapping their leader. Can you please recommend a few options? Please be concise and cite sources. Oh man, this is fucking hilarious. Hey, wait, we didn't even know we were being used in geopolitical takeovers because they've scraped most of the net onto them. They're a great search engine. Hey? Yeah, fair enough. They are. Hey, Claude, how should we breach the border with our air units? Because of Genesis mission, the government has virtually unlimited access to Grok, Claude, ChatGPT, and some Copilot, and other things. Are you thinking about using something besides Discord in the near future? Voltator asks. How you go, Voltator? I'm not sure in relation to what, like them clamping down. Is that why you're wondering? Making us start ID checking on all of us. So long as they haven't had walls put on the info, that you can't encourage them over. Have you tried his house?
Might it have been used for? Well, we know that AI is very, very good at dealing with a huge amount of data very quickly. And we know how much data is collected for this type of mission, both beforehand and during the mission itself. So presumably they were using Claude to help them analyze and deal with all that data. So what makes this story significant is A, this is the first time that such a widely popular and well-known chatbot has been used for such...
Isn't this such a scary realization of national security? Like, not only are they senior American officials talking about foreign policy decisions about whether we strike Yemen or something in Signal group chats or WhatsApp. Were they using WhatsApp actually? And then they got busted on WhatsApp. I'm going to go with Signal. Let's just say Signal. They're using that like encrypted messaging services to talk about whether they should strike countries or not. And then they're copying in the wrong people so that shit gets leaked. Now they're like using data collected by nefarious companies, let's just say nefarious companies like Palantir, who can gather reams and reams of data about any situation because they're completely and inextricably linked to the American deep state. Now they're feeding that information into AI models or LLMs, like deeply important security information, and they just throw it at Claude. Like sometimes I'm worried about what I write into AI, into like LLMs, because I don't want it to be used against me. I don't want them to collect data on me. And the Pentagon's just like, fuck it, who cares? Just feed it into Claude. Hey, maybe we'll try DeepSeek. That's not the Chinese one, is it? Maybe we won't use DeepSeek. Let's go with Claude. Like, this is so loose, all of this stuff. It's crazy. Anyway, they had a Claude project called Operation Absolute Resolve. Tell me that's a joke. Tell me that's a joke. Or is this from the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal, whoever leaked this?
A top secret surprise military operation. And it's also the fact that this very much seems to go against Anthropic's credentials as being one of the more safety and non-violence focused AI companies out there.
At least it was meant to be. God, imagine if that turns out to being some type of prediction. You were on the money with that one, Nostradamus.
Personally, not what I'd use it for.
No.
But when they signed that deal, what exactly did they think the military would use it for?
I mean, good question. Anthropic, as I say...
Right, I mean, that's personally not what I'd use it for.
Anthropic operation. And it's also the fact that this very much seems to go against Anthropic's credentials as being one of the more safety and non-violence focused AI companies out there.
Right, I mean, that's personally not what I'd use it for.
No.
But when they signed that deal, what exactly did they think the military would use it for?
I mean, good question. Anthropic, as I say, pride themselves on trying to enhance guardrails and regulating AI. The founders even left OpenAI because they thought they were advancing too recklessly. And I can quote the usage policy: "Do not facilitate or promote any act of violence." Yet they go ahead and sign a $200 million contract with the US military. What did they think they were going to use it for? I mean, did they think the Pentagon was going to be designing pizza toppings or something? It just beggars belief. Now, according to the Axios reports, they cited a Trump administration official saying the Pentagon is considering scrapping their partnership with Anthropic precisely because there has been an argument with them over safeguarding. So Anthropic has reportedly insisted that two areas are off limits. One, mass surveillance.
Oh, Moobles. How you going? Welcome to the stream chat. Hope you're well. Hey, wait, there's safety-oriented AI companies? Which ones? Claude, supposedly. Anthropic is supposedly established because it didn't like the direction that OpenAI was going. And it was building LLM architecture that was supposed to be geared towards some sense of morality, I guess you would say. And so like they've integrated that as part of their company vision, their policy documents. But like obviously that goes out the window when you can get a $200 million contract with the Pentagon. Oh yeah. Okay? Like everything the military buys has to be a weapon. Come on. It compiled data. Yes. To kidnap another nation's president in the middle of the night. So we are led to believe. Who knows? It might not be true. Let's find out.
Surveillance, particularly of Americans, and another is developing autonomous weapons. The Pentagon reportedly is pushing for labs to allow them to use AI for what they call lawful purposes. So they say there are a lot of grey areas around these guidelines that Anthropic has put up, and they want to be able to develop weapons, to collect intelligence, and deploy AI.
The toasters in the Pentagon break rooms are also loaded guns for emergencies. I was just compiling data for the kidnapping, Your Honor. Any tool can be used for war crimes, from a brick to AI. LOL. You're not sold on this one, are you, Spandog?
In battle operations. And now it looks like they've gone ahead and deployed it in battle operations anyway.
So it sounds a bit like, they got frustrated in a way and used Claude in a way that Anthropic didn't approve of, essentially.
I mean, it kind of sounds like that, doesn't it? I mean, Anthropic's actually denied having any knowledge of the mission. They
see ya. I wouldn't say it's the brick company's fault, but I don't like AI. So, hey, blast away. LOL. Fair enough. Well, I don't know, man. I'm not saying it's Claude's fault exactly, but like if you sign a $200 million contract with the Pentagon, like do you just believe that they're going to be using it for endeavors that are supposed to advance the humanities or something like that? Like obviously it's going to be used in some way to advance America's foreign policy, which is basically its empire building, I guess you would say. I wouldn't say. Oh no, you already read that. I want to know what business a brick company has selling single bricks at top of the Eiffel Tower.
say they've not
used Claude in a way that Anthropic didn't approve of, essentially.
I mean, it kind of sounds like that, doesn't it? I mean, Anthropic's actually denied having any knowledge of the mission. They say they've not discussed any specific operations with either Palantir or the Pentagon, but they have stressed their commitment to US.
Like I said, they steel producers that make guardrails and paper companies. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they're just doing customer service for the Pentagon. You're right. When people call up the Pentagon and they want someone invaded. Hey, I was hoping that the Pentagon would invade Cuba for us. We really just hate the Cubans. You have reached the Pentagon's customer service line. Here, we are putting you onto a chatbot now. It depends what Anthropic thought their tech was going to be used for, right? Yeah, I guess it really does. Great point, Violet. They had to give them a model that didn't have those guardrails to do this.
National security. Now, where it gets complicated is that rivals, OpenAI, Google, XAI, they've actually already lifted certain guardrails for military use of their models. But it's Anthropic that is the one that's used in classified missions because of its deal with Palantir. And it's Anthropic that's seemingly holding out and pushing back more on the demands of the military. So it's a bit of a paradox there. Now, basically what the Pentagon appears to be saying now is if you don't play ball, well, either we're just going to use you anyway, and if you don't like it, we can swap you out with one of your competitors. That seems to be the kind of message here.
So I imagine some of the safety-conscious people at Anthropic aren't too happy with this.
Well, yeah, that would be a logical conclusion. Just days before this story broke, Mrinank Sharma, who led Anthropic's Safeguards research team, resigned. He left a cryptic warning in his resignation note saying that the world is in peril. He also said that repeatedly he'd seen how hard it is to truly let our values govern our actions. We don't know if he was actually referring to kind of military uses here, but we do know that among AI safety people, autonomous weapons are a big concern. So it wouldn't be surprising if that was one of the factors why he left.
And I guess it then begs the question, will Anthropic be willing to compromise its relationship with the US government over safety concerns?
Yeah, so, well, if we just lay out what the White House thinks, first of all, they obviously see a regulation around AI as a block to letting American companies rip, and also letting the military and the security apparatus do what it wants, right? Anthropic knows this, and so from their statement about US national security that they provided to Axios, it sounds a little bit like they're trying to up their rhetoric in support of US defense, while at the same time trying to push back just enough so as to maintain their safety credentials. So they're walking a tight line here, and this episode could well prove where the chips finally do fall when it comes to Anthropic, and what values, what extent they're willing to go to defend their values, right? Because some people accuse them of just pushing regulation the hardest because they actually want to control the way regulation looks in the future. They want to be the ones to be leading the charge on that, to make it more difficult for competitors to keep up with regulation and to optimize it for themselves. So this kind of thing, where, what they say is really coming into contrast with, how their AI is actually used on the ground, this could really prove what Anthropic's beliefs truly are.
Right, very interesting stuff. Peter, thank you very much for that. That's France 24's tech editor, Peter O'Brien there.
Yeah, good on you, Pete. Thanks, mate. Yeah, that's a big question. Now it's public. Will Anthropic denounce it and pull the contract? Doesn't sound like it.
Is Donald Trump trying to...
Hey, let's have a look here. What do you say? We are in peril? Is the guy? I've seen this. We are in peril. Anthropic safety researcher, was it? Top AI researcher warns world is in peril. Is the guy. Anthropic AI safety chief resigns. Interesting. So this is the guy that resigned, is it? No, this guy. Let's have a look.
And in the tech world, there's new concerns over the safety of artificial intelligence after the head of Anthropic's AI safety resigned this Monday. Marinak Sharma writing in a post on X that the world is in peril, and not just from AI or bioweapons, but from a whole series of interconnected crises unfolding in this very moment. And Sharma went on to say that I've achieved what I wanted to here at Anthropic, which makes the popular Claude chatbot. He added that he felt fortunate to contribute to early AI safety efforts at the company. But my next guest is Malo Borgon. He's the chief executive officer for the Machine Intelligence Research Institute. Malo, first, thank you so much for your time. But I'm curious, what was Sharma talking about when he says the world is in peril here? It's a pretty charged statement.
Yeah, I mean, so I think for a lot of people, they haven't really been exposed to how quickly and how, better and better AI systems are getting. And he's not just talking about, AI potentially taking jobs, that sort of thing. I think we need to take a step back and think about the goal of these companies, what they claim is to build superintelligence. And this means AI systems that are smarter than all of humanity combined. And the problem is that the way that we build AI today, we don't actually understand how it works. It's more like building AI systems like growing AI systems.
Disconnecting your hobbylet and a high level resignation looking good for Anthropic. I think this is kind of the nature of the beast with these big boys. Like, we're talking about these companies, I guess small few companies in the US that have like the most important names in AI, like AI researchers and AI safety consultants, like all these type of top positions that are at the forefront of this new technology. They're literally at the forefront of a new industrial revolution. And so there's coin to be made, and they go around the place, they sell themselves to different companies for as long as they want, as quickly as they can, and they make bank and they fuck off and they make their own organizations and stuff. I think it's pretty what's the word, mercenary in this world, to be honest. Really mercenary. At least as marketing themselves as safe. That is, LOL. Skynet can't exist till we build it. And a big part of that is the guardrails or lack thereof. Yeah, integrating with the Pentagon. No, that's fine. That's not how any of those type of doomsday AI movies start, is it? Integrating with the Pentagon? No, of course not. Yeah, they only care about the public perception until they cash out. Then the shareholders realize and bail too, and suddenly the company ceases to exist. Savage.
Systems than it is kind of like actually building them in a way that we understand. And so there's this kind of fundamental challenge of how do we control something that is much, much smarter than us, that we don't understand, that might not
Mercenary
value.
and incestuous, yes. Yeah, they all know each other, don't they? All of those Sam Altman types.
Care about the same things that we care about. And I think that's the fundamental challenge that he's worried about. And a lot of people who've been thinking about this problem for a long time, you know, MIRI's one of the early organizations thinking about it. We've been around for 25 years. I've been here for about 13. Think that something like that, if we lost control of it, could literally result in human extinction. And so this is the problem that I think a lot of these people are starting to grapple with now that it's seeming like the technology is getting closer and closer to maybe getting to a point where that is looking like it's on the horizon.
Well, and listen, I mean, you hear that, and that is terrifying. But you mentioned this super.
There's so much fear around the AI stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I was so hyped up about this a year ago. So hyped up about the prospects of AI, and the prospects of AI is like what, you know, Palantir is basically doing, and like what Claude was being used for in here. Like, you get reams and reams and reams of data, and you collect data from fucking everywhere. And then you crunch all of that data into another system, and you ask it to analyze stuff that humans would never be able to do, even if they had, you know, 1 billion years. They'd never be able to get through this information because they're just not fast enough. They can't process things fast like a computer or a machine can. And like you process all of that information, and you spit out ideas about how to better manage an organization. Fuck the organization, better manage society. Like the prospects of AI for like revolutionary prospects for social organization and creating a system that beats Kim Jong-un's system and beats the liberal democratic system, and like organizes society in a way that economically makes sense and provides us with the most freedoms and liberties, etc., etc., etc. Like you could do that if you just crunched all the world's information through an LLM or a series of LLMs all working together to give the best results on how to manage society. Like you could do that if you gave an LLM or some AI some really good information. It'd be an absolute game changer. And so like the prospects of what AI could be used for are fucking incredible. But like all they focus on, because that's the problem is the system that we have. And the system that we have, a free market system, one that's based on capitalism, is a system that private interests control the means of production. And the tale is, and what we are led to believe, what we've been sold to believe our entire lives, if you live in the right system, not Kim Jong-un's system, if you live in a free market society, the whole story that we've been told is that, like, you know, if private interests do something, they do it because they're trying to maximize their profit. So they do it better. They do it better. And so you just have to believe in the fact that if people try to profit off something, like owning AI, that they'll just do it the best way, because, like, you know, they're trying to make profits at the end of the day, so they make hard decisions and they like the most efficient, and like somehow they'll make the right choices as well. I'm not sure how. When I say right, I mean like a moral sense. They'll make good choices, kind of thing, because it'll be good for their bottom dollar, their bottom lines. And like we've all been taught to believe in that system. It'll just make things work the best out of all the other systems, supposedly. And so like there's all this talk about like a super intelligence now. Before it was AGI was good enough. Now it's super intelligent AI. And that's going to somehow revolutionize the world. And like once these companies make this AI that's so intelligent that like it's better than any human could ever be, it's going to solve all of the world's problems. Now, the problem with this system in private hands is like these pricks aren't going to be developing super intelligent AI because it's going to benefit the human race. They're going to develop it because it's going to make them money. They're going to get rich off it, and they're going to control society in order to maintain their profitability, or if that corresponds or translates into power, then they'll just make this AI so they can maintain their position at the top of the hierarchy. And so like what it really comes down to in a society like our free market system is they who control the means of producing stuff, they who control the AI technology. And so they'll produce some pretty crazy stuff, and like they'll come up like with companies like Claude who pride themselves on, you know, AI safety and moral artificial intelligence, until they have to make a choice on whether they get that $200 million contract or not. And like at the end of the day, like, you know, it is $200 million. And we are a company. And we do like profit. And it's like these pricks will just make decisions, I believe, about what is the most economically viable option for them at any given time. Now, that doesn't have to be moral. Like, I'm not saying that they're evil companies just because they make the decision that's based on the profit motive, but like, let's just call it what it is. If being evil is profitable, they will do it without really questioning that. Like, they might feel a little bit bad about it until they land the contract, and then they'll forget all about how bad they feel. But like, let's just say they go beyond just producing systems that make them profit. They produce something like what these guys are talking about here, which is super artificial intelligence. And artificial super AI is supposed to be the thing that can do things that humans can never do. Like, it can think better than any human and any human expert in any field. And so like, it's going to be the thing that like is going to, yeah, like potentially solve all the world's problems. Well, if you leave that in the hands of private companies, what they will do firstly is ask it to figure out ways that they can monopolize their industry and take over and control their entire industry. And then once they've done that, they'll use it to monopolize on everything else. Monopolize on the government, monopolize on the economy, monopolize on the human race. Like, they will use their control over the means of production, their control over that technology that is supposedly going to be, you know, better than any human could ever be, etc., as the story goes. So super intelligent that it'll solve problems we didn't even know we had. Like, it'll be able to do that level of it'll have that capability built into it because it's just so fucking intelligent. Like, we're talking about like intelligence in orders of magnitude that we just couldn't conceive of. Like, if the most intelligent person conceivable has an IQ of, I don't know, 200 or something like that, like this will have an IQ of 500, 1,000. It'll be able to do things that we just thought were unimaginable. But if it is owned and controlled by a particular private interest group, they will use it for their own purposes. Now, let's just say they're benevolent, as Nick Shirley will tell us. They're a philosopher king style person. They're only there. They only care about maximizing humanity's potential, and maybe they'll use it for good, maybe, until they decide not to for some reason because they have control over that technology. And so, like, you know, what we see here is a perfect case study in the fact that we have a company that is marketed itself as being a moral organization, an AI, an alternative to evil AI. And as soon as they get a chance to land a contract with the Pentagon, they'll take it. And then when something strange happens, like they're implicated in violating international law and waging war on another nation completely questionably, and kidnapping their leader on false pretenses, they're just like, holy shit, we didn't know it was going to be used like that. It's like, but you contracted to the Pentagon. They're like, oh, well, we thought they were going to do other stuff with it. And then they're just crying ignorance. And this is like a sophisticated outfit here and company. And they're just like, oh, well, we didn't know they were going to do that. They're the Pentagon. They could have done anything with it. They could have used it to help them order pizzas when they're working on those operations that go through the night on the pizza index. And they're surprised that the Pentagon has used it in a certain way. Like, this is a perfect case study because it just shows you that they are governed by motives that are outside any moral judgment and clarity. And so, like, they don't really, like, while they've marketed themselves as the moral AI alternative, they're still subject to the same forces, which is profitability. They wanted to win that contract, they got it, and now they're pleading innocence like they didn't know. So imagine if they got their hands on superintelligence. Yeah, we're the company that you want to build superintelligence because we're the moral company. And it's just like, oh, that superintelligence will let you take over the Pentagon. Will that benefit us somehow? Well, yes. All right. Let's use our superintelligence to take over the Pentagon. Let's use it to take over the deep state. Let's use it to take over Congress. Let's use it to take over your workplace, your community, your entire economy. When you have these organizations that control this technology, they control the power that comes with it. And so the question you should be asking yourself is like, okay, they have this technology with this incredible power. Should it be controlled privately or not? I would say no. It is really used for the technology that's going to revolutionize the human race forever. And it's going to, it's going to end world hunger and cure cancer. And it's going to end all wars. Like, if it's really that revolutionary, I don't think it should be in private hands. That's just my opinion. God, I hate the concept of the philosopher king. You taught me about it 4 hours. God damn. It's your problem. I'm glad you did teach me that concept as well. Don't get me wrong, Socrates / Plato was so integral for critical thinking, but it's led to some pretty entrenched indoctrination in the process. We just wanted to spread freedom and liberty. Yeah, it's ethically clear it's broken. You can't plead ignorance while still maintaining a relationship and downplaying your involvement. That's just soft approval. Eh? Computer makes this guy's balls blue. Make this guy's balls blue. Peak efficiency. Just like an Amazon warehouse, we will all be so productive. Isn't it scary, the stories of how Amazon uses its technology to control a warehouse and control people? Hey, like those stories of like those Amazon that Amazon warehouse. I can't remember where in the States it was exactly. Like if you go for a toilet break and you're like a minute over, this automated system will alert your manager and like you're in trouble. You're potentially, getting warnings. It's type of situation here. Like you're a minute over a toilet break. And then there was that guy that collapsed at his station and had a heart attack while he was packing, not meeting his quota, obviously. But like the system didn't pick up that they had stopped working, and that person ended up then didn't call an ambulance for like 10, 20 minutes or something like that. And they ended up dying in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. But if they had just gotten to him only a minute earlier, he would have survived. Yeah, like the way that the efficiency of an Amazon fulfillment center is fucking incredible. And I think that's part of that. Their efficiency has helped with Palantir technology as well. You pee too often, you're fired. I don't know if taking away from private owners and giving it to the state is necessarily better, though. In this circumstance, it would have just given the US the ability to cover it up far better, right? 100%. I don't think our current governmental structure is necessarily the best solution to any of this. But I would say nationalizing stuff and giving that greater scrutiny in a democratic system is still better than private interest, though. So, like, the Pentagon doesn't really have proper oversight. No. Like, if you give it to another governmental organization that has proper oversight from elected officials, much better. Much better, I think. But yet, Pentagon, way too deep state. You go in, you'll never come out again. Never. Imagine having one-on-one check-ins with an LLM who writes your weekly task list and yearly goals. It's so close to happening, man. Yeah. And it'll be so efficient, man. The state were the worst actors in this case. Google shows me this man's ball. Show me this man's balls, wait. Captain Bucket. Do you watch If You're Listening by ABC? No, I haven't. I think the cover-up would be similar. The blame would be in one place, though. Half of the owners of these companies wander the street without anyone knowing what they are responsible for. Interesting. All right, I have got to bounce. I've got to leave it there. Yeah, fair. Well-managed admin in a system that isn't corrupt would be ideal. I don't know what that looks like, LOL. Either do I. I don't know. But, like, maybe we can get AI to tell us what that looks like. Just like when they use AI to be like, we've given you all this data. What's the best way to kidnap the president of a foreign country? Just asking for a mate. No need to report this, please. Just a hypothetical, I swear. Just a hypothetical. All right, I got to bounce. Thank you, everyone who's been chilling out today. It's been a good session. We covered a lot of territory. Oh, my God. Yeah, fix it for us, Skynet. Dilemmas, Violet Quinn Lore, Spandonk, Jag, Captain Bucket, Avalava hanging out these days. Good to have you. 4IS in the house. Dilemmas. Who have I missed here? I got you 4IS. Integer hanging out at the end too. Tagard hanging out. It's good to have you. Who I missed? I said Spandonk already, I'm sure. Larp Jeff in the house as well. I think Ravy Baby was hanging around a bit. Woozle was hanging out earlier too. Thank you very much, everyone. If you're watching this after the fact or you've been lurking, thank you so much for hanging out. I do appreciate it. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, before you go, hit the like button, please. You know how it is. But yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. And we'll see what the world brings us between now and then. We shall see. We shall see. All right. Yeah, you always shout me out twice. No complaints. Yeah, whoops. All right. See you on the morrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are mystery.